Welcome to the Essential Libertarians, giving you the tools for self-governance. Today, I have Michael. He is going to talk to me about different concepts. We've been going back and forth, and I said it was a former ANCAP, which I am. He said that doesn't exist, or might not exist, according to what he thinks. So we're going to explore that. But first, Michael, how you doing?
No, I'm doing great, brother. I'm doing great. How you doing today?
Great, great.
Oh man, it's sick. So yeah, I know. I saw that you were saying that you were kind of trying to figure out if you really identified. It seems like you kind of left the identity of ANCAP behind. You're trying to figure
Yeah.
out. It seems like you definitely know that you don't want a ruler, but you're trying to figure out what makes the most sense for you. As far as I understand, just because I've done a lot of research, I believe you have as well. But I believe when you get into it from an economics first and then go philosophy and everything else, I think that you cannot leave ANCAP if you're go. I think my understanding is ANCAP is the only true anarchist movement, right? So libertarian socialist is a oxymoron or a misnomer. Like people that call themselves ANCOM or whatever, it's a misnomer, and I'll explain why that is. But that right there is what I mean by that. So it seems like you're definitely an anarchist. But
Correct.
what I'm saying is there might be some economic concepts that we might need to go back over just to make sure if there's any differences there, because I think that's what will really bring you back to the, and Capistan, bring you back home, baby.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Actually, to be fair, I looked at your post, I analyzed the arguments here, and I do think the basis of what you need to do is economic, because if you don't have a thriving economy, if you don't meet Maslow's hierarchy of needs, then it's very hard to do that. And it's very hard to do that without price controls, because then people can't judge, and then things become like the former
Price signal.
Soviet Union and stuff. So you can't judge scarcity. So you need to have
Yeah.
a basis to do that in overall society.
Yeah.
And overall, I think the ANCAPs, except for maybe a very small amount of things, like I generally agree with them. I agree with ANCAPs completely on economics.
Yeah.
I did have some, and I think I agreed with you most. I agree with you mostly on
Yeah.
economics.
Those things. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I agree with Tom Woods on economics. I agree
Yep.
with you on economics. I agree with all you guys on economics. Actually, how I became an ANCAP, funny enough, was through a veteran named Adam Kokesh, who was
Oh, no shit. I love Adam. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, and Adam was very angry at the military industrial complex, and it got me
Mhm.
angry. And I met other ANCAPs, and they like got me like I really that they really
No
did not like.
shit, bro. Yeah,
Yeah,
I used to love Adam Kokesh. I watched all of his videos, bro. Yeah, definitely.
yeah,
Him, Ron Paul, and then
yeah,
and it took me a while to get on to Tom Woods just because I was listening to all the Tom Wood, all the Ron Paul speeches, and I didn't know who else to listen to. I didn't know who else to look for. you
yeah.
know?
Ron Paul's who got me started into libertarianism, because I
Yeah.
listened to what he was saying. Ron Paul wasn't saying anything too crazy. I think Ron Paul was simply saying if you bomb people and people are routinely under duress, they're
Yeah.
going to hate you. And I think that's a logical, I take that position. And Ron Paul was just stating, in my opinion, an obvious fact that if you engage in wars, there's going to kill people, there's going to be blowback, and people are going to be upset. And I was like, wow, Ron Paul, the only one who make sense out of this. I was an anarchist before Ron Paul. I was into punk rock, and I found crass, and I started questioning the only authority is yourself. So
Right on.
that was more left wing. But then I went Ron Paul. Then I found Adam
Mhm.
Kokesh. Why I but and I was ANCAP for a long time. I'm still in Mises. I still like all these things. And
Yeah.
if it came down to what if it came down to the United States, in my opinion, inevitably splitting up or smaller communities, I would want to live in an anarcho-capitalist community.
Got it. But there's got to be a
So,
flaw, right? So you must have seen something that you thought was maybe a flaw that made you not want to be hardcore ANCAP and try to float and see where you fit in. What was it?
I did. Well, I found several flaws. I found one flaw is, and like me and Jack have been debating, they don't. A lot of ANCAPs, when I bring up anything economics, they're great. They're
Yeah.
perfect. When I bring up anything metaphysical, though, there seems to be an extreme resistance to, like, well, maybe instead of just saying, and me and Jack have been debating this, instead of saying, hey, it's just about we can have the production of X more cars or X more this if and I'm privy to that argument. I can even take the like people like I love Bernie Sanders. I'm like, great. We didn't spend 2 trillion, what was it, in Afghanistan, replacing the Taliban with the Taliban. Yes, we could pay for X, but anytime I brought up anything metaphysical, which I think is very important, a lot of ANCAPs did not want to go into the metaphysical dimension, and for me, that's important. Being pretty spiritual guys, so I said, well, why don't they want to? Why don't they want to look at anything? I agree with Mark. I don't agree with Mark Passio on everything. If you're familiar with him, he has because you've done a lot of research, he has a website, what on earth is going on. And he's very into the spiritual aspect, breaking down what Freemasonry symbols are, breaking down how the elite people run like the police and military and other things like a cabal. That makes sense. And that's coming out as well, like with
Gotcha.
everything. But they don't want to go in the metaphysical dimension. But specifically why that I left ANCAP is this. It was through the event of like 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to Mises Caucus, if you're familiar, and I'm still part of the Mises Caucus. I didn't leave. I still like some of what they're doing, disagree with it. But one person they kept talking about a lot was a guy named Michael Malice. They said, "Oh, do you know who took that picture of Musk and Rogan? That was Michael Malice." And Michael Malice was doing, and he's still doing a lot of rounds with pretty significant people, Jordan Peterson, that. So I'm like, okay, he's an anarchist who doing pretty well. He had a book, and I got the book, and it was an essay of all different types of anarchists. And I'm like, well, he didn't really write anything. He just took their essays and put it there. So I was like, okay, I kind of want to learn more about these people. So I started looking like, who is Mikhail Bakunin? Who's Peter Kropotkin? Who is Emma Goldman? Oh, okay. I like some who's, and then I found Errico Malatesta. I'm like, wow, that's a really good writer. Then I started, my co-host Jeremy, I'm doing Anarch Unity with, explained to me more stuff about Bakunin and everything like that. He used the term pan-anarchist or anarcho-pluralist. And then one day I just said, I'm curious, does anybody like identify like with saying, hey, different forms of anarchy could potentially coexist? And if they could, how would that work? And I don't know how that would work yet because it's theoretical.
Got it.
But you said you like paperback books. I do too over AI. I have AI open.
Okay.
But I found, in my opinion, the best contemporary thinker, which is a professor named Keith Preston.
Okay.
And essentially as why I'm an anarcho-pluralist. And he said, imagine for one unpleasant moment the anarchist movement in North America in the present form were to carry out a revolution. What kind of social or political system would be the result? Now, it has a ton of people, Michael out, the Chomsky type people, which I don't really love, but okay, the lifestyle anarchists, the pro-don mutualists, the anarcho-capitalists. I guess there's something called an anarcho-monarchist that I don't really accept, but like eco-anarchists, individualist anarchists, Rothbardian paleo libertarians, left libertarian people, primitivists, which primitivism to me is legit. It's just a very difficult lifestyle. I don't want to do that. But I'm okay with you saying I'm okay with you saying I've seen how the Hadza live. I think that's a better life. Because some days I think like that. Now, he said there's 3 ways to do it. One would be totalitarianism, have a syndicalist or a primitivist party or an ANCAP party in that. And while that'd be interesting, that wouldn't be different from states we have today. And so that would be one way to do it. The only other alternative is getting local units where everything's, so you could have like a completely privatized community like HAPA. You could have an ANCOM community or communal capitalism where we say, hey, I have tons of water bottles. So, hey, these are going to be public. These are going to be private. And then he said after the revolution, the primies would be dominant in their regions. The Reds would be dominate. The Free Staters would be there. The queer anarchist or whatever type of anarchist would be there, and different definitions of freedom can be there. Like funny enough, people have different definitions of freedom. The conservatives would not consider getting into vices and adhering to vices freedom. So there's different anarchist factions considering themselves to be true anarchists are going to stay like that. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying, hey, have this area. We're going to do our thing this area.
So Kareem, it sounds like what you're describing. So, I guess a more accurate description of ANCAP is laissez-faire economics, right? So you can be a socialist under a laissez-faire system.
Yes.
You just can't use any government. You can't. So that's why I call them communal capitalists. You can live in commune under a laissez-faire system if you want to. It's inefficient. It's it has problems. If you try to scale it, but that's up to you. In a free society, you do what the fuck you want. You know what I mean? As long as you respect my property rights. So that would still be ANCAP to me. So that would still, even though you are living under, you're living in a commune, that would still be an ANCAP society because we just want free markets. Free markets is the goal. So pure freedom. It's nothing about, we're not going to like say, oh, you need to have a capitalist business structure like this, and that. No, it's just me. It just means free markets. So that's why I was curious. I was like, what you're describing, where everybody lives the way that they want, they have their own HOA, they have their rules. That's just ANCAP society. So so that's why I think that basically you're just describing that. Hey, I want you to be able to live the way that you want. I'm not going to bother you. I'm going to live the way that I want. You don't get to come over here and tell me that I need to sell for a certain price, or that I can't work for somebody, or that I can't employ somebody. You don't get to come and try and steal what I've worked for. You can't violate my my natural rights. That's laissez-faire capitalism. That's just free markets.
So, I agree with that. Communal capitalism's fine by me. And there are more outlier philosophies even than that I've come up with and talked to people. But overall, yes. And the reason I became also kind of more pro community is that because we have the Amish here who are maybe a mixture of these different ideas. But I never saw the Amish particularly as ANCAP. But they're probably the most successful, one of the most successful, if New Hampshire pulls it off. I'll retract that statement, but the most successful anarchist group here. And actually, they're not, funny enough, people they're inefficient. It's inefficient for me because I couldn't do computer science stuff. Obviously, I couldn't review crypto projects, but I don't find the Amish to actually be inefficient in what they're capable of doing, because even without technology and without the overlying protection of the monopoly on force, they're able to facilitate society. They can put a barn up in 2 or 3 days. They're more efficient at building things, at infrastructure building, than I would even say the CCP.
Exactly. Oh, definitely, and even more importantly, the beauty of ANCAP is that it's not about efficiency. I can critique your efficiency. I'm like, that's not going to be that great. But the reality is, it's all about freedom. If you want to be less efficient, if you want to be a Luddite and you don't want to use any cell phones, any technology, go do that. Just don't demand that I do it. Does that make sense? So ANCAP, that would still be encompassed under ANCAP so that's the way I view it. I view it as laissez-faire markets.
Okay, because then we kind of view it differently. Because to me, someone can read Stirner, for example, or Benjamin Tucker, and say, I'm an ego. Because I have friends who just read Stirner, and they're just like, I don't want a ruler. I want to live. I don't think Stirner is exactly like LaVey or anything like that. But I read Stirner, and I want to just kind of do my own thing. I don't want the government my way. They don't necessarily have an economic background. If you're like, hey, what do you like about Stirner? This, and this. I'm like, what's marginal utility theory? I don't know, bro. I just want.
They're always like that. That's how it goes. They might makes right, But no. So I would say that earlier you brought up, anarchist, monarchist, right? So I believe that there are a lot of, I don't know if we can cuss, but bullcrap ideas, right? There are some things that are just oxymorons. You could be a libertarian monarchist. Whereas you want a monarch that just sits there and does nothing, and he's only there in times of extreme duress, where right now, where the entire country is pretty much falling, free falling. It's like right now you could say, oh man, it'd be great to have a monarch that would just step in temporarily and just say, hey, there's a crazy amount of corruption going on. I'm just going to wipe it out. I'm going to go back to my cave and I'm going to go back to sleep. Like that right there you can be, but you cannot be an anarchist monarchist. That's just silly.
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's a little bit of a crazy philosophy. I mean, I joked about that. Now the difference also is with some ANCAPs, not all of them. I'm okay with going to a confederacy first and breaking stuff up and like, okay, these states kind of agree here. So, okay, let's realistically have peaceful secession, and then realistically after the secession be like, okay, this community wants to do this, and this.
Exactly.
Essentially what he's talking about and what he's saying is like an anarchist, libertarian, populist, pan-secession movement is what we want to do. And we also want to appeal to the ordinary folks out there that, hey, this is a good idea. So what I prefer to do is at least in what I've seen is that if you take the fundamental basis of voluntary interaction and decentralization, then I say, okay, how do you want to structure your society? I want to structure my society like this. You want to structure your society like this, then that's fine. Bakunin and Kropotkin also say they're against hierarchy in a sense, but not
Kropotkin. Kropotkin is the one that introduced a hierarchy to anarchism.
Yes.
But yes, Bakunin, you're correct. Yeah, he didn't really care.
But Bakunin said, I'll defer to like the shoemaker if he's better than me because I need that like authority. So that I was like, okay. Like Jordan Peterson says, it's a hierarchy of competence. I'm not against hierarchies. I think the only hierarchy that should exist though is competent. Hey, I'm better at X, or I'm more industrious at X, so I should be allowed to be at the top of X.
Yeah, you don't even have to be more, like, all I want is freedom, right? So if I decide to come and work for you, I might have a 200 IQ, you might have a 140 IQ, but if I decide to work for you, who the fuck cares? If I made that decision, that's my choice to make.
And I've seen that very thing happen where people are just more industrious, or maybe they're better off semantically, but then you find people who are generally smarter in that sense. Now, is there some BS ideas? There is anarcho-nihilism, or maybe like anarcho, this or that. There's a million of them. Georgism is weird. I'm not crazy about Georgism.
Yeah, there's a lot of these things that, when they try to call them, I mean, Georgists obviously don't call themselves anarchists a lot of times.
No.
But the thing is a lot of these ideas just come from a lack of understanding of economics, right? They're like, well, we should just fund it with land taxes and yada, yada, yada. And it's like, it's almost like you're kind of wasting your time talking to them, because if you ask them like some basic economic concepts or whatever, they won't be able to understand it. They just thought it sounded really sexy because they heard in a YouTube video, so they're like, yeah man, I'm a Georgist. It's like, bro, like, okay, like, explain to me, what's the what is the point of diminishing returns on the Laffer curve or whatever.
Like they don't have an answer. So there's
so I really don't take those people too seriously. Also, when I was talking about working for whoever you want to, I think another thing that's really important is it's not even if I'm more intelligent, I could be wealthier than my boss, who the heck knows, whatever the situation is. The thing is, just humans have different needs and wants, right? Like, I might want to optimize for spending time with my family. I might want to optimize for spending time on the video game. I might want to optimize for whatever it is that I want. Like, I want a shorter drive to work. Whatever it is, it's just revealed preference, right? It's whatever your actions are, that's what you really prefer. You might say that you want to be a billionaire, but you're not really you know what I mean? You're not ready to go to the gym like a billionaire does. You're not staying up until 5 a.m. working like a billionaire does. You aren't willing to put in, 10 years of no days off. Like, you're not willing to do that. So you don't really want to be a billionaire. What you really don't want to do is sit on your couch and eat Cheetos. So there's it's just revealed preference.
Yeah. And that's the interesting thing, is value is subjective. And I think NFTs, if anything, prove that. Is like, someone wants a JPEG for $1 million.
Exactly.
Which it goes further than that. There's actual utility to them. But that's what I tried to explain to people is value is inherently subjective. And once you realize that, like, things will make sense. That somebody says, hey, it's not based on how much work you put in, which I think is a Marxist concept, and I'm not a fan of Marx. Although I don't think Marx is a communist, in my opinion. I do hold that position.
Why would you say that?
Why would I say Marx is not a communist? Okay, two reasons. A, he, to my knowledge,
Oh, you mean
the
personally in his personal life? Yeah, yeah. They're all a bunch of liars. So yeah, you're
well,
talking about how he raped his well, not raped, but he exploited his maid, and he
yeah,
had when his
yeah,
wife
he
was in town.
exploited
And
his maid, his
yeah,
wife.
yeah,
So
he's
he
a
was a
terrible
horrible
human
person,
being.
but not that,
Yeah,
not that. He
yeah,
never funded. Here's my requirement to be a communist:
yeah.
you fund, maintain, or help establish a decentralized commune
No,
with
100%.
no
I get
ruler.
what you're saying.
And here's the problem with Marx: he believed in a transition period. Now,
Mm-hmm.
to say he's a great thinker, a transition period is effectively like me saying, "I'm going to go to AA and hope people and get and bring beer and hope they drink, and then
Until they stop
eventually they'll give it up." Like who Marx didn't have the experience I
acting.
had, but who gives up power? So Bakunin
Yeah,
rightly said, if you give the proletariat power, they will be worse than the czar.
exactly.
And
Exactly.
Lenin was and Stalin were worse
Well,
than the
you
czar.
remember why Marx got so many things wrong, right? Like even like his definition of LTV and like volume 1 versus volume 3, like those are two different things, right? So the real issue is that Marx got all of these ideas handed to him from other people. So have
Correct.
you heard of Adam Weishaupt?
Yes.
So he's the true
Founder of the
founder.
Illuminati. The
Exactly. Founder of the Bavarian. No, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. I can go into it deep with you if you want me to. But yeah, so he was actually hired by the Illuminati, by the Bavarian Illuminati, to write the Communist Manifesto. So he was just regurgitating a bunch of other bad ideas from other cucks.
yeah.
You know, like so all of these ideas, like he wanted to make everything equal, destroy the church, get rid of the church. He even the idea of like him making all women communal. All of that shit came from Weishaupt. You know what I mean? Like getting rid of the church, making everything equal, getting rid of inequality, and and getting rid of the monarchy or whatever. All
Yeah.
those ideas came from Adam Weishaupt. And so Adam Weishaupt, whenever they got banned by the king, they went underground. And when they went underground, they came back up as a bunch of front groups. And one of those front groups was called the League of the Just, or the League of Just Men. And one of the guys there was the guy that actually radicalized Marx, and he brought Marx in, and he was an editor for a little bit, and they hired him to write the book, the Communist Manifesto. So you're really, you're you're reading the ideas of the Illuminati, and even then, I can go even further back. The Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, he was actually inspired by the communists that were in ancient Middle East or whatever. So the actual group, there's a group that was behind they orchestrated the crucifixion of Jesus. And that group, it was a communist group or whatever. And that's one of the groups that Weishaupt was actually inspired by. So if you're looking at communism, you've got to go way further back, bro.
Yeah. Well, okay,
Crazy?
but I have a different version. See, a lot of people have a version of communism where they think of the USSR, the regime of Pol Pot, the Khmer Rouge, maybe Mao. I don't actually. I'll even agree with the leftists and the people in the ANCOM saying that wasn't real communism, because for me, there should be if you're going to do communism, there's no transition period. You don't appoint anybody. You just say, all right, here's how you do. In my opinion, here's how you do it in modern times. You go on Discord and say, hey, we have a shared ideology in X.
Yeah.
We all we all believe that. Usually it's religious, actually, because let's face it, if I'm looking at Instagram all day, it's hard to get one to be one with my crit. So okay, we all have a shared ideology in it, and there's a small monastery next to me where the abbot, they get like a stipend of $600. They live in small, they don't have tons of private property, so you can come in and do. So you say, hey, we're not going to have a ruler. We might have somebody help assign public and private property, which to me, public property is taking the extent of saying, hey, I have this book, I'm going to give it to a library. So to me, the kulaks would just say, hey, you have too many tools, put all your tools in this shed. And that would have been the end of it, and work together. There's no more czar, and see how that was. I'm not like a.
No, I get you, but I would disagree, obviously. So I believe there's two definitions that you can take. There's one, which is what you just espoused, which is a utopian ideology, and it's the end goal. So you're never really communist until you actually reach it, right? But it's a utopian vision. So therefore, you have to take the economics approach, whatever. So in economics, you would say it is, if you create a socialist experiment that's trying to reach it, if you're trying to reach it, then you are communist, right? So let's say you create a socialist. Wait, no, let me be more precise. If you attempt to eliminate all inequality, like let's say you get rid of all prices and everybody works for free, then for me, that like in economics, you would actually be at least a communist system. So
But
let me
okay,
make I'm trying because I see your face. So step one, you're a socialist, right? So it's not just being a socialist. It's once you make that leap to trying to get rid of all prices, when you say, okay, well now I'm going to go ahead and we're not going to have cash anymore. We're going to have a coupon system, or I'm going to say everybody works for free. Either one of those two things or whatever, that's when I can now say, okay, you're a communist system. Because the reason why this is important, and this is what I think will kind of drive it home, is let's say you have a UFO cult, right? And they believe if they drink poison, their body will then die and then stand up, and then they'll stand up and start dancing and shit. Well, that's never going to fucking happen because it's utopian, right? Like, if you study economics, you know that communism cannot work. Socialism cannot work, period, ever, right? So I'll go into that if you haven't already gone down that
cannot ever work.
Cannot.
Okay. What I will say is this. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay.
But based on my definition, like the USSR, no. The USSR can never work. Pol Pot can never work. Mao's Great Leap Forward can never work.
Like communal capitalism can work if you're talking about like on a small commune.
Yes.
Right, can work. Communal capitalism, that can work. But even on a small scale, that has issues. Like if you looked at like Jamestown or Plymouth or any, like what happens is you need it to be a shared opt-in ideology, and it has to. But here's the deal: socialism implies force. The word socialism implies force. Otherwise, think of it as
socialist, though.
Yeah, what's that?
I'm anti-social. The thing,
exactly. Well, socialism always implies force, but if you're talking about like living on a commune, that can work. If you want to work in a workers' co-op, that can work. It'll never be as good as the other alternative. It'll never be as good, but it can work.
Yeah. So if you're into like heavy metal music, I don't know if you are or not, or if you jammed out to some rebellious music in the past, but like funny enough, I learned about the Zapatistas. From Rage Against the Machine. Then I actually forgot about them. Then I came back and I asked my if you're calling ANCOM, I just would consider ANCOM communal capitalist, but I consider it based on your definition. But I still use the word ANCOM. But then I studied syndicalism and I saw, does this have any effect? Is there any people doing the question is not, did Rudolph Rocker write a nice essay? Because I can write a nice essay on how you drink the poison and it goes up in you. But does it have any real basis? And then I looked at a community in Mexico called the Zapatistas. Now, I'm not familiar with their economic system, but they seem to make anarcho-syndicalism work. So I said, okay, you don't need 50 working examples. You need one. There's Anarchy in Greece. There's Rahova in Syria. There are a few societies like this that do work. So yeah, communal capitalism or ANCOM has issues. My problem is that's, to me, the root word of communism is to have a community. So you need that communal aspect, and you need public and private property, and then that's really it. But I don't call it communal capitalism. I just call it ANCOM and ANCAP and prim. Although sometimes John Zerzan also uses the word primitivist by itself. So I'm not terribly crazy on semantics because things get really tough. Like, I don't know what a libertarian Republican really is because they shift. I have some friends who say I'm a libertarian Republican. I support 50%. I support 90% of what you believe, but I think we need, maybe the government to do military and some taxes or something. You're a minarchist.
Yeah, you're a minarchist. They don't understand their ideology, so that's why I try to count those kind of people out. As far as it's great that they're trying to get there, but like even when I was still a minarchist, even when I still I understood that there was a road to travel, and there were just things that I didn't understand yet. So number one, I wanted to go back to the Zapatistas or whatever. So all of these different anarchist movements, I looked into them. All these ones that they tout, like even like the worker co-ops, Mondragon, and all these. When you look into them, they fall apart. All the things that you get told about them is like, you'll find out that some of these things, they're going around robbing stores with like a bunch of shopping carts just to stay afloat. They have huge issues. Like the leader is actually demanding sex if you want to get a house and all this other crap. Like it's huge amounts of corruption, all the things that you would expect, huge amounts of failure. So I haven't seen one yet that meets the criteria for what I would call as a good system. Yeah, I mean, if I want to go into, like, I can dive into like Mondragon or any of these other things, it would just take a while. Like, have you ever heard why those things don't work?
I can understand, like, well, here's the thing. I'll say this. When you interject humanity into anything, there's going to be extreme externalities. Like there's a lot of problems I've even seen with the Free State Project. There's a lot of problems I've seen within the Libertarian Party itself, to be fair. Like there's huge I'm not going to get into them. But like, and I'll say this. Economics is a science, politics is a science, but it's not an absolute science. A lot of externalities can exist because we interjected humans into here, and it's not an exact science like mathematics or physics. But what I'd say is this: I know two movements that are working communally very well is the Amish and then the Order of Saint Benedict next to me, who, even though they've never, maybe some of them have read Kropotkin, I wouldn't doubt it, but I've read Kropotkin, Rocker, Bakunin. I think there's solid things, and for me, that is real communism. And the reason I say that is because I think the best critiques I read of Marx, and this is where I said, let me consider these guys too. The best critiques of Marx, who was an evil person, was coming from Bakunin, was coming from a lot of the people who opposed him. Now, here's the problem. I'm a pluralist, meaning I'm looking at all these things. I'm like looking at a little bit of Rothbard and Hoppe. I'm looking at a little bit of this. I'm looking at a little bit of Zerzan. I'm looking at a little bit of Proudhon. And instead of saying I'm going to specialize, I'm just saying, how can I make all of these things work together? And the fundamental reason is, even if me and you agreed that, like the neocon view of I'll say this, the neocon view of the world is everybody will adopt American democracy. Well, they just don't. You'll never make Kabul democratic in a million years, and it's going to waste more trillions of dollars that we don't have.
Also, so you hate democracy, right?
I don't believe in democracy. No. Well, wait. I believe in direct democracy or horizontal democracy. I also believe in democracy in very, very small groups. Like me and my band say, who's all for this? Because there's four.
So very small groups I'm okay with, but democracy is terrible, bro. Like, so, that's why the founding fathers hated democracy. I just want to make, like, because I know, like, we get taught it in school. We're pushed, like, democracy equals freedom, and it's great. No. Yeah. If you do any kind of, like, serious reading, whatever, you end up hating democracy.
Democracy
also, what another...
As I think Jim Marrs put it, democracy in action is a lynch mob. Hey, 4 out of 5 say we want to take your property. Well, okay, well, we all agreed. And yeah, I hate when people say, when people say Biden's a threat to our democracy or Trump. I'm like, you try to make me like the guy. I hate both of them, but
exactly.
Like them? No, I don't like them. So, but my thing is this: I'm also for. And I think this solves Robert Nozick's problem in Anarchy, Utopia, and the State.
Okay.
The reason I like syndicalism, another reason is, or anarcho-communism, is because Nozick brought the only argument against anarcho-capitalism I can deal with, which is the invisible hand, which is a private institution could, through non-coercive means, just be extremely efficient and be on the top, which that does tend to happen. There tends to, in human society, even Marx found this, there tends to be a group of highly productive, extremely talented people. Maybe they're just the friendliest cops ever, and they're the most friendly private agency ever. They give you a hug. They do everything correct. So they emerge as the dominant force. A lot of people say, well, they won't stay on top forever. But one way to prevent the invisible hand from happening is to have some people saying, no, it's still the greedy capitalist class are getting, even though we don't agree with that, it's still the class. We don't like that. So to me, syndicalism, I'm not great with economics, by the way, as you can tell.
Yeah, you have to, because when you mention the invisible hand, I'm like, I think that you might not fully understand what the invisible hand is.
My understanding of the invisible hand is simply an industry that has coercive ability.
Oh, no. Yeah, invisible hand is completely different.
An industry that has the ability, not Walmart, not like Comcast has a monopoly.
Yeah, that's what it is, though.
That's not the invisible hand would be a private defense or a private security agency.
No, it's none of that. Okay. Let me help you. So what the invisible hand is so we believe price signals. So you're familiar. You kind of said it was price controls earlier, but price signals. It seems like you definitely at least get that. So
Yeah.
price signals is how we in profits and losses is what the system of free markets relies on. So it allows us to find out, like, let's say if there were apples, right? So right now we find out tomorrow apples cure cancer. Everybody's gonna be like, fuck yeah, you know what I mean? And everybody's gonna run out and buy a crazy amount of apples. And so what's gonna happen is you're gonna have a huge shortage of apples because of all that influx demand. So then prices are going to have to go up because they're going to be like, yo, we're running out, scarcity, right? So then those prices going up will then send a signal to farmers in the field that, holy crap, I don't know what's going on with these apples, man, but people are buying them like crazy. I can get all this money. And so you're going to have a bunch of people who would then stop growing wheat and they would start growing apples. So that is the invisible hand telling them what to do via pricing.
Okay. So maybe I misunderstood. I don't know what maybe I haven't really looked at. I haven't read tons of notes because there's so much stuff to read. Like,
I know, and there's no yellow brick road, so I'm making a yellow brick road for everybody, bro. Because I mean, like, I've gone all the way deep. I've reached the end of the rabbit hole when it comes to the
what do you do? Okay, let's say this. Let's say you get ANCAP, Stan.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say you've done more. Let's say you've done more research. You know, you do a ton of research on everything. Yeah. Very well read. Let's say somebody is just like Dale Brown, threat management, which is very effective in Detroit at deterring crime. Not one person lost in Detroit. Let's say they're just the best security agency. They become so good. And let's say Dale Brown, he has a shelf life. He's gone. Well, there's still corrupt people and in Capstan. Like, just because we got rid of the state doesn't mean everybody's going to be like, wow, purity. Now, there's still competition. But what happens if one security agency becomes the most effective at what they do to the point where they almost have a monopoly on that area? Isn't it a good idea to have other schools of anarchism to counter that security agency from becoming ineffectively another state? Is that a legitimate concern?
No. So what it is so this is called the predatory monopoly myth. So this is something where you'll have to go into, I can send you a bunch of reading on it, but there's never been an actual predatory monopoly that's occurred in a free market, because what's going to happen is if everybody loves this Dan Brown guy, I'm fucking big, I'm a big fucking guy, I got a shitload of, I mean, I work out, like, I'm in really good shape. I was in the military. I would just fucking come in and be like, yo, bro, like, this guy over here, he's cornering this market. He's making a shitload of money. I'm coming over there. I mean, price signals are going to draw me to that market, and I'm going to compete with him. If his standards of excellence are up there, I've got to meet it or be better in order for me to be able to get some of that money. So price signals take care of that through ruthless. You're always going to have razor thin margins in capitalism, because you need free market schooling as well, by the way. But you're always going to have thin margins, and you're always going to have ruthless, cutthroat competition. So if Dan Brown's out there being like being very nice and shaking your hand, I'm going to be out there patting your babies and kissing them. I'm going to be out there letting you smack my butt if that's what it takes to get that business. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I heard your mom likes big black guys. Like, hey, whatever it takes, bro. Like, so I'm going to be out there ruthlessly competing with him for the business, because why not? If he's out there making millions, because obviously everybody loves him, then guess what? I'm coming out there making millions.
Okay.
Well, who wouldn't, right? I hire you. Come on, Kareem. Yeah. Let's go protect some people,
Yeah, no, and definitely. So you're a veteran and you're an ANCAP, so I guess I should ask the question there. Would you be opposed? Because generally I can get Trump supporters almost like, end the drug. Okay. Yeah. Woo. Oh, of course. Right. And I'm like, privatize. And I've actually got some Trump supporters within 15 to 20 minutes. Do you want to defund the Pentagon and privatize it? They're like, and then I've actually joked with my ANCOM friends and my ANCAP friends, what if we made the Boog our military? And they're like, you don't want to do that. And I'm like, well, I think we should privatize national defense. And then people are like, Kareem's lost it. Would you be opposed to privatizing all national defense?
No, I've heard some really good arguments for it. Walter Block, you have to if you're going to be fully ANCAP, right? That's just
you can't be like, well, I guess we just have a ruling class to do.
Well, not even just that. Really, what ANCAP is about is you fully understand economics. And so you understand how the inefficiencies of a government, like whenever you have a socialist system, you're always going to have certain inefficiencies. And if you look at our military, it's all over the freaking place. It's all over the place. You could cut the military budget probably in half and have still the same exact size military. We use so much money. It's so inefficient. Even the recruiting is terrible. Everything that socialism does or whatever is always going to be inefficient. And so,
I'm a genius with this stuff. Like, I'm listening to people talking about the situation with the Houthis, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I can understand ARs and stuff, but I don't understand how these ships work. But what he's saying is the Houthis just fly a drone and they shoot like millions of dollars worth of missiles, $2,000, $3,000 drone. And it's like, and because there's this misnomer, I swear, that people still believe they're like, if I've advanced technology, well, I've won. It's just a matter of time. And I'm like, no, like Mussolini got beat by dudes with spears. Goat herder.
Mussolini also had ragtag for freaking like his a lot of his military, like they barely had soles in their boots, whatever. They were horribly equipped, whatever. They literally put carbon as their soles. But no, you're 100% correct that the incompetence that comes with socialism, even the structure of promotions, it's all socialist, so it was always going to be corrupted. The way that our military structure was always going to be corrupted. If I were to just send Eric Prince, like the guy from Blackwater or whatever, and I just told him, hey, take care of all of America's threats, I'll give you the budget 1 year. I guarantee there will be no violence in the rest of the world, because we could literally just say, okay, we're tired of like defending ourselves from your missiles. We're just going to come in and kill all of you.
Yeah, and
under just war theory, it'd be justified. So we would literally just say, okay, well, hey, you know what? You're our threat. You are a threat. We don't like that. We don't like that. We've got to watch out for you. Always shooting missiles over here. So we're just going to come in and execute all of you. If your family have anything bad to say about it, we'll put them in jail. Have a good day. Please do not mess with America ever again, or our piece of anarchist land. Thank you. It was really nice meeting you, and we have now set the standard. If anybody else wants to sneeze in the wrong direction, don't do that, because we will terrify you.
Yeah, well, and my argument was this: like, people are arguing about the Ukraine-Russia situation, the Israel-Palestine thing, and I said, well, my simple answer to that is, of course, there's bad actors. But then there's very highly specialized people who can make highly bad specialized people go away. So So to minimize damage, why don't do like I'm not a genius, but like I've studied some like military things from the sideline. I'm not Colonel Douglas McGregor. You have more, but like I studied GI and G and all this, and I saw the Spetsnaz has a unit called Alpha Team, and I said, why didn't Putin just use Alpha Team to take out designated targets in Ukraine? And look, I'm not a fan of I would like the Palestinians to have freedom of movement and to not have their whole city destroyed. I think we disagreed on that, but I would just say, look, that Hamas are all bad actors. I agree with that. They steal money. Why not just use something, I forgot what they're called, or the Masonic.
Yeah. It's really hard.
You don't have like, oh, I destroyed a whole city. Oh, I smashed Kherson.
It's really hard to do that, right? So I got a lot of friends. So I was in a decent unit or whatever, and like all of my friends are like either SF or greater, if you will. And so it's really hard to do that in a city that knows you're coming, right? Like when you have a small piece of land that they're defending, even the most elite motherfuckers in the world, like it's going to be hard to do that. So there's unfortunately you've got to use missiles, or else you're just sending people in. Like, what am I going to do? I'm going to shoot every fucking person I see, and even then, that'd be a hard thing. If
no. I mean, to be fair, I'm speaking on something that I don't have like special.
No, I get it, bro. I get it. That's what I'm saying.
But from what I've seen, Delta Force has done extractions where they've taken out bad guys, and then they take out
because they don't know that we're coming. That's not like in a or a big environment. It can't be like right now in Gaza. Like it'd be really hard to get even a SEAL team or a Delta team in there. It's so close quarters. Like, I mean, I've had to go into a city like that, and it was just my team. It was like we had two teams or whatever, and it was a city of like I think it was like 60,000 bad guys. You know what I mean? Like everybody in there was like known to be like bad. It was a hellhole. And like in Americans, we weren't even officially. It was a bad fucking thing, whatever. And thankfully, they didn't know we were coming. It wasn't like they were in active warfare. Whereas if they were all inflamed like a bunch of fire ants right now, I wouldn't want to go and get it, dropped off in that fucking city. Like that'd be fucking shitty.
Because like in Ancapistan, what I particularly do is probably say like, okay, the Boogs are military. I'm cutting the Pentagon. That's gone. And then just say, hey, Delta Force, guess what? If anybody tries to build up a coercive government, make sure that they help.
Yes, you're correct. We can do those missions. So we can take care of that. It's just hard to do it in Gaza. But I
do not like what I'm seeing. I just would have preferred. Look, they took out here. Well, I guess here's my thing. They took out leaders of I don't care for leaders of Hamas or Hezbollah or anything
Mm-hmm.
like that. So I don't care for Netanyahu either, or his
Yeah.
Knesset, to be fair. I hate both of them. Which unfortunately you don't see the opinion in the media that both of these sides are, both of these governments are bad. Very few people,
The
very,
media's doing a really bad job, and it's making everybody split. I look at it from a libertarian property rights perspective, and then I say just war theory, right? So if you just look at so I did a bunch of research on this one. So if you look at the actual census data starting in 1597, right? So that's where I started at, just because I wanted to make sure whenever it was empty, whenever it was mostly Jewish and Christian and all that. And then when you get to about 1860, correction, 1830, you'll notice that Jews start moving into that empty land area because the land area that was inland and coastal all cleared out, right? So everybody ended up leaving because of malaria. You had the Crusades that were a big threat.
yeah, it was
So
bad.
everybody moved to the hills area. So nobody was living in that easy to reach area. So since nobody was living there, the Jews, because it had been a while that it had been sitting empty and nobody kind of wanted to move back, because even the Bedouin tribes that would go and feed their cattle through there, they would just start robbing motherfuckers, so they would be raiding people.
Yes,
So
I know about Bedouins. They're pretty crazy.
yeah. So
My thing is this: neither side is innocent, like they try and portray it. I'm not saying either side is actually great.
The part about property rights real quick. So in 1830s, whatever, they moved in there, and because they were the first ones to move in there when it was empty, I say property rights for that area, for the inland and the coastal, would rightly belong to them. So all the way up to 1857. When you look in 1857 to 1867, you'll notice that the Jews were the ones that were moving in there. And so that's when, even before the first Aliyah, that's when they were moving in there. And then the Arabs from the local areas, from Syria, from Iran, not Iran, Syria, Egypt, and Jordan, all moved into the area after them. So because they moved in there after them, I would say it's a property rights discussion, but nobody's having an intellectual conversation on that. Instead, they're just saying, hey, you shot my guy, and you don't get
Essentially, that's how people are like my team. And I saw this with BLM and the police. It's people, I guess I call it a Hegelian dialectic, where the media is like, all right, so you got to pick a side. Which side do you like? I'm like, this isn't a fighting game. This isn't a team. Yeah, I can do that with a football team. I like the Steelers because I live in Pittsburgh, but well, do you like Russia or Ukraine? Who you like? And I'm like, I think Zelensky's a piece of, POS, not a point of sale. And I think Putin's an authoritarian. I think righties or even ANCAPs who like Putin and stuff don't realize that, hey, if you go protest the government in Moscow, you're going to have a very bad day. You might even have a very bad rest of your life if you have the rest of your life.
You're 100% correct. What you just pointed out, that whole Hegelian dialectic that's been going on for a long time. I just pasted a quick thing in the private chat. I don't know if you see it there.
Capital must protect itself in every possible way by both combination and legislation. Debts must be collected, mortgages foreclosed as rapidly as possible. When, through the process of law, the common people lose their homes, they will become more docile, easily governed. Through the strong arm of government applied by a central power of wealth under leading financiers. These truths are well known among principal men, which are now engaged in the forming of an imperialism to govern the war. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. It actually got it got cut off, but basically it says by the final part is by dividing the voter through the political party system, we can get them to expend their energies in fighting for questions of no importance. It is thus by discrete action we can secure for ourselves that which can that has been so well planned and so successfully accomplished. So this is Montagu Norman. So Montagu Norman, he was the governor of the Bank of England, and he was actually the one. He was actually partnered with Rhodes. If you've heard of the Rhodes Roundtables.
I've heard of the Rhodes Foundation from Cecil Rhodes.
Yeah, so Cecil Rhodes, same guy, he created these things called the Rhodes Roundtable Group. So if you ever get really big into looking into the true history of the Illuminati, not like the fake crap, Nicki Minaj is in it, none of that crap, like the actual.
Yeah, hey, he did this.
None of that crap. Like the actual real academic, I can prove it.
Adam Weishaupt was a Bavarian, I guess you want to call him scholarly type intellectual guy.
Yeah.
And they were about raising consciousness, learning about different parts of the arts, science. I feel the elite, though, with everything, takes something, just like the Nazi symbol was a Hindu symbol of peace in the Vedic tradition. The elite essentially takes Freemasonry, they take even BLM, okay, fine. I think there's legitimate grievances against law enforcement because it's a monopoly, not for the reason they were saying, but like
they were
Soros gets in BLM. So I
but they
feel
were being used by the same group. So the same group. So like I've traced it all the way through. So Stalin and Hitler were on the same side. They were working towards the same goal. And I have we actually opened up their archives so we can prove it. So I don't know if you already know that fascism is a form of socialism. Have you ever looked into that yet?
Oh yeah, because fascism is the cooperation of state and government control. So you
Even
need
more so than that, it's a centrally planned system.
Yeah.
Their welfare system was almost as large as the Soviet Union. The fact that they used the coupon system just like the Soviet Union in order to eliminate inequality. They had massive tax rates to the points where like German businessmen started reading Marx to try to understand the Nazis. Like I'm probably going to do like a 5-hour long video on it. And I just interviewed Stanley Page, the leading.
Now I would say this. Hitler's regime, which Nazi was a made-up term that Americans made up on that, and I have some friends coming in if that's cool too.
Yeah, it's okay. Bring them in.
Okay, so Hitler was a Hitler was a German National Socialist who believed in the concept of Lebensraum in his book Mein Kampf. So he was extremely racist. Now Stalin was an anti-Semite as well, but Stalin had, in my opinion, different goals, but they were both funded by the banking elites like Warrenburg and stuff like that. So I wouldn't say
Cecil Rhodes Roundtable Group. So that same guy, Montague Norman, that was talking about, I've actually traced down who funded each side or whatever. I know how much they gave. I know, you know what I mean? Like when you look at it though, even more so importantly is looking at what their goal was. Their goal was to create universal socialism. They wanted to create a one world government that was going to be a socialist state. So you had, what's that?
What I think Hitler's goal in Mein Kampf, where he said his Lebensraum was to take over the Soviet Union, take the land and kill everybody. And I don't really feel Stalin was smart enough to have a goal other than.
No, it was Stalin's plan, bro. Stalin was mostly using Hitler just to draw the rest of the world into the war.
I think Stalin honestly thought Hitler was his one friend because everybody thought that. Because this is why I say Stalin was not a communist per se, because there was a transition period always leads to somebody taking power and saying, hey, now that I have power, I thought we were going to transition to a communal, if you call it ANCOM, communal capital, whatever. I thought we were going to transition to a communal thing.
Let Ego say something real quick.
Hi, what's up?
All right, we got 2 new joiners. This is Mike.
What's up?
He's an ANCAP man, an ANCAP stan.
Hi.
Then we got Sanity is Free from Anarcho Unity. We got the website up.
Oh, it's a conspiracy theories. Look at that.
Yeah. He's a hedgehog, half human, half hedgehog. He's Sonic.
I think he's a person, but yeah, okay, we'll go with that.
Well, he calls himself. That's what he says he is.
Well, cool. Well, Ego, I saw you were laughing, bro. Like, what's going on? What's up?
I don't know. I mean, I think I don't think Hitler and Stalin were on the same side.
If I can prove it, what would you say?
I would be very interested to hear.
I could prove it. Each thing that I said, even going into the Soviet archives and proving it, I have the quotes. I'm not just saying it just to be funny. But I appreciate you, joining in or whatever. But yeah, I would just say, ask me like, how can I prove it? You know what I mean? So both of those, Stalin and Hitler, first you got to understand what fascism was and how much of socialism it was. It was massively left wing. And then once you understand who said it was not?
Me.
All right. So if I can prove it to you, what would you say?
Instead of asking me that, just do that.
All right, cool. So, would you like to, would you like me to just attack the points that I think that you're going to make, or how do you want me to do it? Okay,
go for it.
Privatization myth. You'll talk about how they privatize banks. That's wrong. You'll then say that they hate.
Oh, that's wrong. So you're not proving it. You're just saying that's
no.
Wrong.
I'm gonna make a list and then I'll go down each one.
Okay, let's go point by
I'll
point.
make a list, and then once I go down the list, then because it'll take me like 30 minutes probably just going over all the quotes that I have from Shock, and I got to go over the paper that you're going to cite. You're going to cite the 2006 paper, then you're going to cite the 2011 paper.
You're going to, instead of saying what I'm going to do,
because
actually
everybody
just say
has
the point and then counter the point.
Okay, So would you like to make your case? Because I'm literally giving you the case that I think that you're going to make without even hearing it. So therefore,
Yeah,
I'm
because you're assuming you know things that you
Okay,
don't.
let's just get to the point. Like, let's
make your case. Make your case
yeah.
first, and then
Make
I'll.
your case instead of saying that I'm
Guys,
going to
if we're
say
gonna
it
do
and
a
that it's
debate-
simply wrong.
Are we arguing about
Tell me
Hitler?
that it is.
I mean, I didn't come
No,
on
guys,
here to argue about Hitler.
Debate myself.
Every-
Yeah.
guys,
You do it,
listen,
then I'm gonna do
if
it.
we're gonna do a debate, one person at a time, make the case, then make the counterpoint.
So make your case, and then I'll just debunk it all. So insanity.
Okay, so I will
Okay.
start by saying, because first off, I came in here about capitalism.
Yeah.
If we are to keep the term capitalism at all, then we must distinguish between free market capitalism on the one hand and state capitalism on the other. The two are as different as night and day, and they're in their nature and consequences. Free market capitalism is a network of free and voluntary exchanges in which producers work, produce, and exchange their products for the products of others through prices voluntarily arrived at. State capitalism consists of one or more groups making use of the coercive apparatus of the government, the state, to accumulate capital for themselves by expropriating the production of others by force and violence. Throughout history, states have existed as instruments for organized predation and exploitation. It doesn't much matter which group of people happen to gain control of the state at any given time, whether it be Oriental despots, kings, landlords, privileged merchants, army officers, or communist parties. The result is everywhere and always the coercive mulcting of the mass of producers, in most centuries, of course, largely the peasantry, by a ruling class of dominant rulers and their higher professional bureaucracy. Generally, the state has its inception in naked banditry and conquest, after which the conquerors settle down among the subject population to exact permanent and continuing tribute in the form of taxation, and to parcel out the land of the peasants in huge tracts to the conquering warlords, who then proceed to extract rent. A modern paradigm is the Spanish conquest of Latin America, when the military conquest of the native Indian peasantry led to the parceling out of Indian lands to the Spanish families and the settling down of the Spaniards as a permanent ruling class over the native peasantry. That is a quote from Murray Rothbard, noted
Are we still
communist.
arguing about Hitler?
And the reason I brought that up is because your earlier conflation, which is necessary to your point, of capitalism and free markets is false. There are very many state capitalist markets, as argued by literally the father of ANCAP ideals, Murray Rothbard. And all of this means effectively that when you say that it's communal capitalism, because you're claiming falsely that in order to be free, it has to be capitalism, or in order to have free exchange, it has to be capitalism. That is false. It's not communal capitalism, it's communism, and capitalism is not necessary to that. You can have shared and, equal use of the means of production in circles, and often this kind of thing does exist. And to claim in an unnuanced way that the only way for communal life to exist is in a capitalist framework is asinine, and it ignores the words of the founder of anarcho-capitalism. So I think that you should reassess your ideas in this regard, and that reassessment would also help you with the rest of your points, which I fully disagree with.
Okay, so the difference between state capitalism and state socialism are so arbitrary, especially from the
Okay, go.
So they're very much arbitrary.
No interrupting.
They are. So I'm sure you've heard of the middle ground is still socialism, and I'm sure you know all these books and everything. Right? So I shouldn't have to really explain it to you. If you're trying to run, let's say you want state capitalism, right? And then that means that you have price controls, you have wage controls. You're trying to manage the state, the economy from a centrally planned economy, right? Is there anything that I'm saying that you disagree with so far?
I think it's unnuanced, but I don't precisely disagree. I think you're leaving out a lot of key details and the differences.
So, okay. So I'm trying to say, you understand that state capitalism is essentially planned economy, correct? And all your
one type of it, yes, not the only type.
It is a centrally planned economy, yes. So what I'm saying is right now you will agree with me that state capitalism is price controls, wage controls, all the things that we would see under a social economy, correct?
Can be.
Okay. The only real difference is that you have private property, right? And it's nominally private property because it's a veneer of private property. Because if let's say I own a lollipop, right? If I own a lollipop, but I can't eat it, I can't give it to you, I can't trade it away, I can't throw it away, I can't do anything without your permission, then I don't really own it. You own it. I'm just holding it. Does that make sense?
So there has never been free market capitalism because the state has always parceled out the land and it has always conquered it in order to claim the parcels.
There's been ANCAP societies. So what I'm saying is, there's been. Are you laughing that there's been ANCAP societies?
Actually, to be fair, Cospaya in Italy lasted 300 years.
Yeah.
Gaelic Ireland lasted about 400.
None of these
years.
None of these were precisely capitalist, nor were they anarchist.
Okay, but anyways, let's not go down that path. Whatever. Let's stick to the state socialism versus state capitalism. So you're saying that there's a huge difference between these two? Like from an economics perspective, do you have a background in Austrian economics or in the economic system? What do you have?
Okay, so first off, by background, what do you mean? Did I suck the cock of an institution?
Bro,
Bro,
I'm just asking you, do you have any understanding of it?
Yes, I do have understanding of it. That's why I just read one of the economists that's key in this
reading
field.
A quote is not really okay, but anyways, like
but you saying I'm wrong is
guys.
I'm literally trying to ask you questions, bro. So what I'm saying
you're attacking my character.
I'm asking you, what is the meaningful difference from an economics perspective? So will the price controls be different under the state capitalism or the state socialism? What is the difference? What's the substantive difference from an economics perspective? Because we understand the outcomes of all of these different policies, right?
So if you're going to ask me a question, I'll answer the question in order. So the question you just asked, the substantive difference between state capitalism and state socialism. The key thing to recognize here is that if you actually look at the stated intention and the stated reality of the people who ran these societies, both Lenin and Mao and anybody else who ran one of these allegedly state socialist societies, they will tell you personally in their own writing, in their own words, that they were using state capitalism to achieve a transition period to their desired ideal. But that never happened. That never became the ideal. We never got a socialist society in these places, which is why Emma Goldman, who was extremely she's dead now, obviously, but who was extremely well-versed in anarchist theory, economics, and lived there, wrote this piece that everybody should read. There is no communism in Russia. And what she had to say is that effectively the Bolsheviks were no different from the capital classes that were allegedly protested. And similarly, the Ankom Bakunin in the beginning years of communist socialist theory, he called this out. He was accurate in saying that Marx's transition period, his dictatorship of the proletariat, would only ever become a dictatorship because it was going to employ the same sort of capitalist mechanisms that had previously resulted in the society they protested. This is accurate. What Emma Goldman and Bakunin said was accurate, and what Rothbard said that basically comports with all of that was accurate. The societies that they were protesting were the societies that they got by acquiescing to the same models for a transitory purpose. That was the thing Kareem was trying to get at earlier, is because he only calls them real communists if they employ real communism, and these people just employed a version of capitalism, and he wasn't wrong. Neither am I wrong in saying that Rothbard wasn't wrong in calling the robbing of the land from the natives state capitalism, especially the eventual dispersal to the current people who claim to own it. And if people need to give their land back, I think that spells doom for the entire American experiment. And without American foreign aid, Israel's gonna have a hard time fucking staying afloat, if you ask me.
Not really. Okay, so let's go.
Not really. What then?
Bro, let's just focus on so first number one, the state capitalism versus state socialism. Let's go back into that real quick. So if I quote Rothbard to prove that he believed that this was such a trivial, minuscule, not a serious difference, would you admit that you're wrong?
No, because I don't have to appeal to authority.
3 quotes real quick, and just to show you.
Okay, can I just say, it sounds like both of you are actually kind of arguing the same point, that they're the same thing, but from a different point of view.
Socialism are both socialism. Yes, thank you.
Well, you're saying they're both socialism. He's saying they're both capitalism.
Yeah. He's saying that they're meaningfully different. Did you not say that they were meaningfully different earlier when I asked you that?
I said that in execution, the alleged state socialists always arrived at capitalism because it's using capital. The centrally managed societies were always done for the benefits of the factory owners, the people who actually own class, the people who actually distributed the capital, and the people who actually held the class power. Those people are the capitalists. They aren't the socialists. And no amount of personal quoting will change that fact.
Well, you just quoted him, and I'm going to prove. I was going to quote him again just to prove that you were wrong about him. About what he was saying. Number one. Number two.
I wasn't wrong about what he was saying. He said what he said.
He did not say what you're trying to appear.
Yes, he did. I quoted him two paragraphs. You're
quoting him without context. With context.
It was in left and right letters. It was markets, not capitalism.
He says they're both socialism.
It wasn't out of context.
He says they're both socialism. Thank you. Number one, you said that the Soviet Union was capitalist, correct? Is that correct? You said Emma Goldman. Yeah. Okay. So that's okay. So that at least we can see what your standard is. So you believe centrally planned socialism would be capitalism.
Centrally planned capitalism is capitalism. They lied about being socialist.
Okay, but okay. So let's go to a socialist policy. Let's say a policy like Medicare for all, price controls, wage controls. Would you say that a system without
I don't think any of those are exclusively socialist. You're opening the well. No, they aren't.
Okay, whatever. All right, so let's just go to the fact that I understand what you're saying. I believe that you're inherently wrong. No economist on any school of thought would agree with you, but that's okay.
Plenty do.
Okay, so then I could go. I'll take 30 minutes.
Authority is bullshit, but doing it.
30 minutes and just debunk it. But I just think it's so crazy that
we make point by point. Just sorry to interrupt, Michael. Make point by point. I think this will work, and definitely after this, you guys, Michael and Sandy is free, I believe, are both in ANCAP and the ANCOM debate. ANCAP versus ANCOM in that Facebook group. So,
are there any actual ANCOMs in that group?
Very few.
Well, Jeremy's in there, and
I'm the whole bottom fucking strip.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I think if I can just say so, I think like the crux of the disagreement here is on like what socialism is.
Yeah.
And what
my definition of socialism is there's three different definitions, right? So there's three levels of it, if you will. So one is like at the very top, the umbrella term, there's any anti-free market system. So any anti-market system would be socialist. So if you don't have a market, like market prices are very important for capitalism, you can't have a capitalism without price signals, right? So that's I think everybody can agree to that. Is that correct or no?
You can have state capitalism with centrally managed price controls. Yes.
What about like market socialism?
Yeah.
Market socialism is an oxymoron. So I was calling out ideas that don't make sense earlier. Like if you're going to have price controls and all these other things, you're literally interfering with market signals. So do you guys know why socialism doesn't work, or any have you guys looked into the ECP or any of these big things? I'm sure
the economic calculation problems. What you're saying, but by the way,
you mentioned there were three definitions.
Yeah. So there's at the very top. There's at the very top. There's any anti-system versus. So it's just those two alternatives, right? So either you're anti-free market or you're free market. So you have price signals and all that stuff right there. The invisible hand that we talked about earlier. So that's the very top. At the middle, you would have any socialist system. So this would be like National Bolshevism, National Socialism, any one of the different types. Any type of anti-market system goes under that umbrella. Anti-market system would go under that umbrella. And then at the very lowest would be policies. They're explicitly anti-market, brother.
Nope.
But anyways, at the very bottom, you would have anti-market policies. So this would be like, let's say you're in Sweden, right? Or you have a very free market economy, but then you want to bring in a socialist policy, like a wage control or a, Medicare for all, so each one of these is an individual socialist policy. So you can have a mixed economy. And then what we can do is we can look at an economy and tell if that's a free market part of the economy or a socialist part of the economy. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, but go ahead.
Well, asking final ego. I just want to make sure that is my belief or whatever, but do you at least understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, and to break it down, if we look at what is socialism in simple terms, now, I mean, I think Google's sufficient as opposed to AI. Just believe in the shared ownership of the means of production equally among society would increase people's quality of life. And socialists want to give people access to necessities, food, housing, healthcare, and some believe employment should be guaranteed. It's interesting. Kant, Lonathu, said anarcho-capitalism was heavily influenced by market socialists, including mutualists Benjamin Tucker and Alexander Spooner. Me and Jeremy have argued this. I do believe there's capitalist components to, or not capitalist, free market components to mutualism. Proudhon did definitely advocate, in my opinion, for a lot of policies we would consider free market or capitalist, but he also had a socialist dimension to it. So it's not.
Can you do me a favor, Kareem? Let's go to Claude real quick. Let's go to AI, because I think that there's an information gap, right? Like when I talked about things, like I said that Hitler and Stalin were working together behind even more so than the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and how they were working together. When I said things like I believe that Nazis were anti-free market. These things are so common sense, but a lot of people just haven't read as much, and maybe they've read more things, but they've read other things, right?
They're anti-free market, but they're not anti-market.
Please,
there are more than one type of market.
We'll go into it. We'll go into it.
Okay.
And no, we shouldn't use fucking Claude. Why are we using AI?
If you disagree with it, you can tell me why. But here's the thing: I think that there's an information gap. I think that maybe because I've done more in Austrian economics, maybe you're more
you don't know me, bitch.
But wait.
Stop comparing yourself. You do not know me.
We're gonna go to Claude.
Okay,
we're gonna go.
Let's calm down,
guys. Like seriously. First of all, stop interrupting. No screaming. We need to, if we're gonna have, as I told somebody on an Israel-Palestine debate, if we're gonna have a two-state, which I don't believe in a two-state solution, I believe in Aristotan, which is a Confederate thing. But if we're gonna have a solution to this, let's have a one mic solution. And you can't get ANCAP stand or ANCOM stand or even ANPRIM stand or mutual stand or even have an anarcho.
All these names are awful.
Monarchist I can actually get down with, because I just make Jefferson Davis president again.
Oh my God.
No.
But I like Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis for historical reasons.
Warren Harding was the only president worth a damn.
But okay, but I do like. Anyway, my point is one person on the mic at one time, please.
And don't assume shit about people or attack.
I said maybe, bro. I said maybe. I'm pretty sure, but let's just go to Claude. And if you guys disagree, we can use whatever you want. Bro, I'm very certain that I know a lot more about Austrian economics.
I don't give a fuck what you're
I'm trying to be nice, though.
I'm trying to be nice, so I said maybe. You're loading this against me.
Jeremy,
let's just go.
Guys, one person on the mic at one time. Please don't yell at, like, just not any economic or political thing. Just like to have a good debate, have a good show. We need to have one person.
And as long as it's logical, we'll have a good debate. No more than that,
in general. Even if someone's saying like up is down and down is up, and
if you're gonna moderate, prevent fallacies.
I mean, I will after they finish their point, but I need to allow people to articulate their point.
Okay,
before.
Sure. You need to articulate.
I can't fact check. I can't. Here's the thing, Jeremy, you're a fact checker. I can't fact check unless someone's made the full validity of their statement. If I say
you can fact check whether or not they know more about the thing by saying you don't know this person.
Insanity is free, please. Just one person on the mic. Anyway, and yes, I'm not. Me and Insanity is free have disagreed. I use AI to help people with YouTube and get YouTube ideas. So, do you want to prompt this or just?
Yeah, I want you to go. So initially, it's going to have a left-wing bias. So we're going to have to get it to be a Why are you laughing?
Okay. Because we're employing artificial intelligence in the place of real intelligence. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, because there's an information gap. If you don't like the results that it comes up with, then tell us why. But
I'm curious to see where this is going.
Right now,
Jeremy, going to be biased to the left.
Jeremy,
I'm curious to see where this is going.
Just see where it's going. Just see where it's going. Okay. Thank you. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and give it that initial socialist from Google that you found. So we're going to go ahead and throw that in there. And then all we're going to do, we're not going to try and bias it. All we're going to do is say, hey, it seems like you have a bias. Go ahead. No. Copy that whole thing right there. Yeah, socialist. If that right there is what socialists, I believe they agreed with it. If they agree with that definition, we're going to go ahead and put it in there, and we're going to see if it can stand up to scrutiny. Do you guys agree with that definition or no?
That's more or less, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and put that into Claude. And then, so we're going to ask it, hey, I don't know if I can see your screen.
I think most socialists, if you ask them
so
what that is, they tell you something like that.
Yeah. So I could tell, okay, so I heard, here's what we're going to type. Say, I heard that, I can actually type the prompt in real quick. So
you want to prompt like 10 message or what is you prompt?
Yeah. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to type it in real quick. I'm just going to type in a prompt because I've been using it a lot. I've worked in AI for a bit. So my goal is to try and get it to be objective. I'm not going to make it right-wing biased, but I'm going to make it objective. So I'm going to make it consider all schools of thought and then come up with the best answer. Fair? Is that fair for everybody?
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to see it and then allow Jeremy to make his point. Yeah, sorry, we already. I just want to see what he comes up with AI and then to help facilitate the argument. So, because I think there might be a semantic difference.
Oh, definitely. That's how it goes most of the time with these kind of arguments.
Yeah, it's like, well, I agree on 99% of what you're saying, but I call it this and you call it that. Like,
for me, I think it's more about the workers owning the means of production. And a lot of socialists will want to try to control the market in order to make that happen, but there are anarchists,
and I think syndicalists
don't want to do that.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of the Zapatistas. I don't think it's a horrible society or a corrupt society or anything like that. I think syndicalism does work there, and Anarchy in Greece, it works in our. I'm part of an ANCOM technically community. If you really want to consider Mad Liberty, that I would consider it somewhat of that. Although there's ANCAPs there, but I know Insanity is free is chomping at the bit, and we're using AI, so it's probably like, oh man.
Yeah, because people shouldn't have to rely on fucking AI in order to make any point.
Because it would take you 30 minutes to get there, and we would end up disagreeing on small things. Like you said Hitler was a socialist, and you laughed. Like it would take me about 40 minutes
because of the Night of the Long Knives and the Rome Purge.
I could easily show you why that's stupid, but instead I'm going to use AI just to make it real simple. Okay.
Yeah, and to make it real wrong.
To be fair,
information I would have to show you to make you just laugh real quick. I can show you my screen. I can show you how much information I have. It's going to be books of fucking shit. Like no bullshit. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff. So what I'm saying is,
and I haven't read books.
Yo, Kareem, what do you have to say?
Garbage.
You haven't.
Yes, I have, bitch.
You think because some
that is not necessary. Kareem, what do you have to say?
Let me show you this real quick. You think because some socialists killed other socialists that makes them right wing? Have socialists never killed other socialists before?
I think that there are many reasons, and I just listed one of the things. Holy shit!
You just brought up Night of Long Knives. I asked you.
Wings of the Nazi Party. This is why you should shut the fuck up. Because if you're not going to let me, fully defend my point, then I can't make it. Don't ask a question you don't want an answer to.
I'll go over every point you want to go over, but please don't.
You're not doing that. You're not doing that.
But you're jumping in now. Okay,
I'm not.
Please answer.
Guys, please stop. Guys, as I said, no interrupting each other. Somebody make their point first. Fine, Jeremy, you want to make your... Yes, if you categorically asked what would be called a Nazi, what are you? They'd say, I don't know what that is. That's an American description. I'm a German National Socialist. Kind of like how you call Russian a Rushki. They wouldn't exactly like that. So I'm not saying they're not or they are, but okay, make a point. I mean, to have a good debate, even if someone is saying something inaccurate. Okay. This is the same problem I had with the Israel-Palestine thing is people would just scream like, you're a Zionist, you're this, you're that, you're the other. So, and sometimes I disagree with someone, but I let them make their point. That sometimes I pull people to my side. So one person make a point.
I'm going to let him answer.
The Nazi Party is definitely evidence of what I'm talking about here. So there were two things that were key and pivotal. Hitler wanted to isolate military power, and the left wing of the Nazi Party was against military power because they thought that they were having an authentic workers' revolution. That's what they thought. But they thought wrong because it was never that. It was never a left-wing movement. It was always
I'm going to get going.
All right,
nice to talk to y'all.
It was always a right-wing movement designed to co-opt leftist aesthetics so that it could get its traction. And that's the reason as soon as Ernst Röhm and the other people started to say Hitler isn't actually doing anything for the workers, he's fighting for the industrialists, he's pushing forward a version of capitalism, he's working with the far right, and he's isolating military power in place of worker power, he had them killed. He purged the left wing of his party because it gave him the power isolation he needed in order to run his state capitalist society, where things were not the workers owning the means of production. Things were, in fact, just capitalism with slavery added to it.
All right, we'll go over each one of those points, but for first, Kareem, go ahead and paste that in, and let's go back to sharing your screen, and then we'll get over. Once we get over the fact that this definition of socialism isn't okay from an economic standpoint, because your version of socialism would not allow us to differentiate.
Wait, sorry, Mike, to post. What am I pasting in?
So I send it in the private chat.
Oh, okay. Give me 10 seconds.
Because first we've got to get down what is socialism, right? Like once we get like why economics disagrees with what like the actual like propaganda pamphlets or like what like some socialist theorists have said or whatever.
There are multiple schools of economics. Don't say economics.
There is no.
Anything.
So
yeah.
Kareem, one thing that we're going to do after this, because he just said that, we'll go and see which school of economic thought is objectively superior. So we can actually see that there is. You're laughing.
I don't believe
objective reality exists, bro.
Value is
because let's say Kareem, before you say anything, there's Marxist school of economic thought. Just because they exist does not make them credible. It does not make them real or What I'm saying is there is an economic school that is correct. There's economics.
There are many economic schools that have merit in certain key propositions. They should all be discussed, not just
but
is wrong.
I said objectively correct. I said objectively correct. What I'm saying is specific, objectively correct. There is a school of economics that is more superior than all the others. It is objectively correct on literally every single point we want to bring up.
So which one is this? Is this Austrian school the one?
Well, we're gonna find out. We'll ask AI without biasing it. So yeah,
because these are fucking people, and AI is biased.
You're gonna find out, bro. Just like don't try to argue with me. Like let's go over the points. Like
don't try to. We're in a debate. I'm gonna try to argue with you.
Well, yeah, but argue with me over points, bro. Don't just tell me.
I'm arguing with you over points.
That makes my emotions hurt. Like
guys,
I'm arguing with you over points.
Guys, look. Okay, here's what I'll say. For this live thing. One person, one time. Now, if you want to duke it out in Ancom versus ANCAP on Facebook, by all means, go full, as long as you don't.
Kareem, my bad. But just read that for me so that way we can start to see if how we're getting.
Okay. So I prompted it. I heard not everyone agrees with the definition of socialism. It looks like Austrian economists might not agree with this, as they view terms like state socialism, state capitalism as trivial. They view whether a system is market economy versus centrally planned as more relevant. They view the core issues as policies like price controls will have the same issues whether the system is called state socialism or state capitalism. You raise a fair point. There are different perspectives on socialism, even among those who are broadly pro-capitalist. The Austrian School of Economics offers an alternative viewpoint, the one that I outlined. Austrians tend to define socialism narrowly, a centrally planned economy where the means of production are owned by the state. By this definition, both Nazi Germany and Soviet Union were socialist states. For Austrians, the key distinction is between a market economy based on voluntary exchange and a planned economy where prices and production are dictated by the government. Terms like state capitalism and socialism are seen as superficial. The underlying economic principles matter more. A market economy with high regulation and state intervention would still be considered capitalist by Austrians. Austrians argue that economic calculation and efficiency are only possible within a market pricing system. Without markets, central planners cannot rationally allocate resources, even though we don't want them to exist. I'll add that because we're all anarchists. From this perspective, both regulation and outright state ownership will fail for similar reasons, interfering with market signals and incentives. So you're right that the Austrian school offers a definition of socialism centered on economic planning and control rather than equality. Sorry.
Just to make sure that it's not biased, I sent you another prompt. So let's go back to that. To the private chat.
Inherently biased.
Well, yeah, it's biased.
But here's the funny thing. I'll agree with Jeremy in the sense that for some people, even myself,
I
can even
press enter yet. Type in objectively. Look, so explain which definition is correct. Put objectively correct right before. But I mean, technically,
love that we're asking an AI to decide which is correct.
No, press. So paste it back in and just type in objectively before it. But I mean, technically, it should still come. Right before correct. All the way at the end, right at the end, the last word.
Yeah.
Type in objectively right before correct.
Okay, sorry. One thing I'll say is this: someone might prefer an anarcho-primitivist society like John Zerzan, and that works for the Hadza. Like somebody has a meme about the Hadza or the Sand Bushmen and says they have no debt, they have no. I know Jack Lloyd is going to highly disagree with me here, and I'll debate him on that. But because we've debated this, the Hadza have no debt, they have no microplastics, their testosterone is probably super high in their 70s, and they have no, smoke, no pollution, and some people call them primitive. Is that objectively a superior economic system of anarcho-primitivism? It's very difficult to live, and you could die without penicillin. But in some ways, it's good and bad. I believe fundamentally, from a praxeological standpoint, that everything has externalities. Also, the Heisenberg principle says you can't have absolute certainty, which my father was a huge Heisenberg guy.
So let's go ahead. So let's see right here. I just want to make sure that it's trying its best to be objective or whatever, right? So that way you can't say that I'm just making it say what I want to say. So boom, boom, boom. Okay, now it's
you already did by saying the word Austrian. That's
I will say though. That's
why I'm taking it backwards, bro.
To be fair with Michael and everybody, when you have an approximate science, there's a difference between a hard science like physics and mathematics. If I argue 1 + 1 is 2, or we argue the first law or the second law of thermodynamics is energy can't be destroyed.
I love this answer. I do not have a subjective opinion.
Yeah, we're gonna go one more, bro.
But wait.
So you're just gonna convince it to say what you want. No.
We're literally just gonna say the exact same thing again. Just go ahead and type it in. It looks like you have a bias. Make sure that you're being objectively correct. Please retry your answer. And now it's gonna give us the 100% real answer because all it's doing right now. You'll see. It'll be able to explain it as well. It'll be able to
say that this is 100% even knowing what it says.
I do want to look. Let's see what it says
because you want it to be what you believe.
No,
the only thing that you will do is the Texas sharpshooter policy,
bro.
Drawing the target around your fucking answer.
I'm literally going out of my way to make sure it disagrees with.
No, in fact. I'm talking about how it disagrees with you because it says that it cannot have an objective opinion
right now.
Stop. But okay, fine. We're gonna.
Why are we doing this? What is this proof?
Just do it. Kareem,
does the AI dictate reality?
Kareem, just go ahead and do it. It'll be able to defend this.
What are we? Okay, what are we doing?
So you're just gonna go ahead. Just type in. It looks like you still have a bias. Reevaluate your answer. Just say it looks like you still have a bias. Reevaluate your answer and try again. And if it can defend its answer, and then you can put all your any left wing talking point you want, you can put it up against it. And now let's see, what is the actual definition?
Now, I'm not saying this is 100% correct. I'm not saying there's a superior economic system in the sense there might be a superior economic system in a given region and time. But
it's repeating itself.
But since this is not an absolute science, it's economics is an approximate science, and Mises would agree with that. So it says you're absolutely right upon further reflection. There's still implicit bias in my previous response. With an AI system, I should not promote any single definition of socialism as objectively correct. Each perspective and definition arises from a different ideological framework and worldview. Let me try to summarize this issue from a neutral standpoint. Definitions of complex socio-political concepts like socialism tend to be shaped by values and analytical priorities of proposing them. There's no purely objective, bias-free definition. Common definitions range from focusing on collective ownership on one end to centralized economic planning on the other. There are merits and limitations to each definition with its own intellectual tradition. Rather than judge correctness, it might be more constructive to elucidate the key dimensions. Different definitions emphasize ownership, regulation, planning, egalitarianism. This reveals underlying and analytical assumptions. Comparing the contrasting definitions can lead to deeper understanding of concepts like socialism, the diversity of thought about it, and the implications of prioritizing specific aspects over others. As an AI, I cannot and should promote one definition as authoritative. My role is to help clarify, not arbitrate, between contending legitimate perspectives arising from different worldviews. I apologize for giving the impression of favoring
No,
I'm
so
glad you
now type this in.
apologized. That makes it seem like a genuine
So
being.
type it in real quick. Say,
I thought we got the objective answer.
you're going to see what comes next. So next you're going to type in, hey, it looks like you're playing. It looks like you're playing the middle ground.
Correct.
Say, it looks like you're playing an unmerited middle ground. I've got it right now. It's literally trying to play a middle ground, bro. Now you got to understand that our goal is to get an answer.
That's a prompt.
And it's refusing to do that. And you already said the next answer would be the 100% correct answer. The 100% correct answer is, by your definition, by your terms, it does not have an objective answer.
What's your email, Kareem? Send me your email in the private chat real quick.
Okay.
I'll send you a prompt.
I love how instead of debating this between humans, we're talking about like AI definitions.
Yeah, I know. Jeremy hates AI.
Because the issue is there's a huge knowledge gap, or whatever. And so in order for us
to the fuck up. Your knowledge gap is your undue arrogance.
Bro, you tried citing Rothbard, and then when I said, okay, let me
in citing Rothbard,
and then when I said, okay, well, let me cite him again to give you context of why you're wrong.
You said
I agree with everything you said except for I agree with everything that you said except for the state socialism.
Even though I quoted Rothbard, I'm wrong. What am I wrong about? What am I wrong about?
The state socialism. You're trying to pretend like it was something completely different than socialism.
No, I'm talking about what
you called it capitalism, bro.
He said, I'm not wrong.
You called it capitalism. Did you not?
I'm not wrong. Okay. He said it.
Guys, can you make
one point? He called it capitalism. He wasn't wrong.
Guys, what one person making one point? Because if you talk over each other, then again. So, all right. If Jeremy wants to make a point, go ahead and make the point. I was, because
there is no point to using AI for this kind of shit ever. If people can defend their points, they should be able to, and if they can't, they should shut the fuck up.
I definitely can, but you keep interrupting me whenever I was talking. So I said it's easy.
You interrupted me too.
AI. Of course I did. But whenever I'm trying to make a point versus you, like you were just trying to like say, snaring at me and shit. So what I'm saying is,
no, actually, I said many words, and it's not
whenever
at you.
Here, I just sent it to you, bro.
Kareem, if you want to actually get a point rather than trying to emotionally load anybody against me,
I'm not trying to emotionally load people against you, bro. I'm literally going out of my way. You saw when the AI gave me my answer, right? I wanted to make sure that it was not being biased. I'm going out of my way. I can
try to get it to say what you wanted it to.
No, I wanted to get to a point where it can defend itself. I needed to be able to be actually certain in its answer, so that way it can actually defend itself. So also I put in here the Rothbard quotes. You can see those at the bottom that I was going to tell you about. And I put in a quick prompt that I wanted it to have.
So you're not going to include the part where he talked about state capitalism?
No, you can. You can go put it in, bro. Put it in.
Because AI,
bro, I don't want to bias.
You're interrupting me. Shut the fuck up. If you don't like interruptions, don't do it. And if you're going to input things, you should input the full breadth of the thing, because this is machine learning and it is going to respond to the prompt. It's going to respond to the net sum total of the words you put into it, and it's going to spit out an answer based on that. This isn't an actual answer. You're trying to bias it in your favor and then say that because the AI agrees with what you're saying, you're correct. That is not, in fact, reality. The AI is not going to give the 100% objective viewpoint, and it literally told you that.
Here's what it can do. Here's what it can do. It can actually expand its realm of knowledge by, all I got to do is ask it, hey, what are authors that have written about this, whatever. It can expand its realm of knowledge, and then you can ask it for questions based off of that. So right now, I'm telling you, there's a knowledge gap. There's a knowledge
there is not a knowledge gap.
Bro, you literally tried quoting Rothbard and you were wrong.
I succeeded in quoting Rothbard and I was not wrong.
Context.
No, I didn't. The context is there. It's in left and right perspectives, and it's in markets, not capitalism. Where he agrees that markets do not have to be free market and state capitalism can exist.
Yes, they do. Bro, Rothbard literally said that there's only two ways of doing anything. One is through the market, and the other
is free
is
market and non-free markets.
Okay, watch this. I'll bring up more quotes. Bro, like you don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to
Yes, I do. I just quoted him. You're wrong.
Okay.
He said that state capitalism exists. He said that there's a difference between free market capitalism and unfree market capitalism. He said that. You're wrong. I didn't need to include more context. That was clearly what he was saying.
You're quoting Rothbard out of context.
No, I'm quoting two large paragraphs of what he said. That is context.
Okay.
One point at one time.
Yeah.
Because like it, and definitely, like I said, there's a Facebook group, ANCAP versus ANCOM, which I pop in once in a while. obviously I don't want to be on Facebook for a very long time. But here's the thing. To facilitate this debate, 1 point. Some Kant. Is Kant from, where do I know?
Yes.
From your friend. Can you check how AI defined Austrian economic view on socialism? Okay.
Oh, and also, by the way, the AI is repeating itself that it's not going to try to find an objective means of thinking.
Yeah, because right now it has a bias.
You can continue to try to corner it and say that it should say what you say it should say, and you can continue trying to bias it in a direction while it's refusing to be biased in a direction if you want, but you're full of shit.
Ask it to defend that. You're an angry little man, but ask it to try to defend that.
I'm an angry, big fucking man.
You're not a very big
man.
Way
bigger than you on this subject.
You're not
unwilling to live by your own fucking principles. You're unwilling to live by your own fucking principles. You're unwilling to not interrupt.
Jeremy,
stop. You don't want to be interrupted. You're unwilling to do shit you demand of other people.
Kareem, hey, I just sent you another quote from Rothbard. Would you go ahead and read that for me?
Is it in my email?
No, it's in the private chat.
Okay. Let me pull
there
that
are
up.
two and only two ways that economic activity is conducted, either by free choice, voluntary exchange, etc., which we call the free market, or by violent expropriation by a gang calling themselves the government. There is no mysterious process called production separate from consumption, as Smith Marx think. So literally, he's straightforward saying there's only two effing options. Sorry about that, but two options. There's only two options.
He said free markets. That coincides with what he said before. He said that there is a way
Why do you
to
think
have
you call
free
it
market capitalism, because he's differentiating between state cap and ANCAP.
No.
You shit brain.
We literally.
He said it in the quote I quoted. You shit brain.
Markets.
He said it in the quote I quoted. You shit brain.
Jeremy.
You're an angry little man, bro.
I am angry because you are lying.
You
are interrupting when you demand to not be interrupted, and you are a hypocritical, lying sack of shit.
Jeremy, can you please chill out? Okay. Like, even if I don't like somebody, like, all right. So, then there was another quote. There are two and only two ways an economy can be organized. One's by freedom and voluntary choice, the way of the market. The other is by force and dictation. Murray and Rothbard would be a socialist party. Similarly, Milton Friedman echoed the statement in his book, Capitalism. Fundamentally, there's only two ways of coordinating economic activities of millions. One central direction of coercion, technique of an army and modern totalitarian state. The other is voluntary cooperation. I honestly think, in my opinion, there's not that big of a disagreement. It's a semantic disagreement, like a kind of
one, like claiming that because they had vouchers or coupons, as he put it, that the voucher system is somehow inherently socialist. It is not.
Yeah, since it's got your bias, ask it. I mean, this is so.
It doesn't have my bias. It's saying it refuses to get a bias.
Yeah. Right now, it can't defend itself. So what I was trying to do is get it to a point.
It doesn't have a position to defend.
It can. So number one, bro, quit yelling. Number two,
no.
Whenever you're saying, let me just repeat your position real quick. You said that a system can be centrally planned. It can have price controls. It can have wage controls. It can have coupons to try and eliminate all inequality.
Vouchers,
so
yes,
that's what the vouchers
do. It doesn't eliminate all inequality.
That's the goal of it. That's the goal. It's trying to do that. It's a process to get there.
But it ultimately doesn't do that. It ultimately creates the
class system. It's going to end up failing. It's going to end up creating
because it's state capitalism.
But anyway, no, it's not state capitalism.
Yes, it is.
If you think that all of these socialist things are capitalism,
they thought it too. They called it that. Emma Goldman called it that.
Goldman doesn't.
These people went through it. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. You have a knowledge gap between you and Emma Goldman.
What did the socialists?
You have a knowledge gap between you and Emma Goldman. You have a knowledge gap between you and Emma Goldman.
The Communist International called it socialism. So why do they disagree with her? Exactly. Shut the fuck up.
No, why did she disagree with them?
Because she's wrong. She's dumb. She's dumb. She's not like she's not some prion of freaking knowledge.
That I cited. Nobody is right. She's fully.
You're literally saying because Emma Goldman said it was true. You sound crazy, bro.
You aren't willing to listen to her opinions. You aren't willing to entertain her opinions.
I believe
you are willing to listen to other people. And then you won't accept that you have a knowledge gap.
I'm gonna quit making him mad, but let me tell you real quick. I'm gonna quit making him mad.
Okay. All right, guys. One person on the mic, but here's the thing. I will agree something's either centrally planned or not. There's either a central planner saying, dictating, here's how we're going to do this, or it's either somebody who either voluntarily cooperation of people getting together. What you call it can, because semantics can get difficult, because I can refer to one thing as, something else, and then somebody can refer to one thing and then they have an exact idea of that in their mind because it's an abstract concept. So if I say, what is God? Someone says it's the universe, someone says it's Allah, someone says it's Jehovah, someone says there is nothing there. It's just an abstract concept that people use to exploit other people, like Karl Marx. So if that is the case, and these are economic concepts are inherently abstract until there is central planning, which makes it physical because someone's actually planning or not planning. So I honestly think it's a semantic disagreement of this is called this, when we probably agree voluntary interaction and voluntary, and if you want to call it spontaneous order, is preferable and always will be preferable because of the ECP, because humans are just spontaneous to centrally plan. For example, if someone tried to centrally plan the price of Bitcoin, they'd be wrong from the time this podcast starts to the time it ends. That being said, let's limit.
No, you're correct. That's exactly what Rothbard and Milton Friedman were saying. There's only two ways of doing it. There's only two ways of doing it. So my thing is, here's another core issue. Why is it that all of these things that people are now trying to call state socialism, or state capitalism, why is it that all the free market supporters always objected to it, and all of the socialists always supported these things? Like, let's say Medicare for all, right? Somebody with his definition would call Medicare for all state capitalism, right? I would call it socialism. All free market supporters, 100% of free market supporters would object to it. All of the socialists would support it. Why is it that you have these things that we understand in Austrian economics that this is a socialist policy? Why is it that all of these socialist policies are only supported by socialists, and then when they fail, they blame it on, oh, well, it was state capitalism? That's not coherent, bro. You know what I mean? So at least you don't have to agree with me, but you have to be able to understand that these are things that only socialists support. We call it socialism. It is anti-market. It is not market-driven. It is anti-market driven. And so we're telling you this right here is not free market. It's not capitalism. It's something that only socialists support, but you're trying to call it capitalism. It's going to fail. If you understand Austrian economics, Kareem will back me up on this. It will fail for the exact same reasons that every other form of socialism will fail. So if I'm talking about price controls will fail in Cuba the same way they would fail if you brought them to the UK or in America. Do you disagree with anything that I just said there?
Yes.
Do I personally?
Well, Kareem, it'd be great, and then Insanity.
Okay. I come down on this basic thing. If the state is doing price controls or the state's trying to determine the value of something, then yes, it will fail because central planning never has worked, never does work.
And no matter what this thing is called, correct?
Yeah, no matter what amalgamation of abstract semantics you apply to that. So, the simple point I have is this: central planning and involuntary cooperation is bad. And the basis of anarchism to me is voluntary cooperation and effective decentralization based on what you would call cooperative action, not coercive or collective, and saying you all have to do this or you all have to believe it. With that being said, so I agree on that point. With that being said, could you effectively have something like the Zapatistas, which are voluntary, Chiron, or the Amish, or the Order of Saint Benedict next to me, where we say, hey, we're going to have kind of a public-private Kropotkin type system and enter that voluntarily? Yeah, I do. Because I like Errico Malatesta's intelligent decentralization, his rejection of markets, as a potential and plausible economic system that can work in turn with Rothbardian and Hoppian societies if there's an extension of mutual aid there. Sorry if that's a sophisticated answer.
No, that's okay. So I think somebody's mic went out, bro. Can you guys talk? I'm looking for
Insanity. Jeremy.
My mic is on.
Oh, okay.
I was waiting for Kareem to finish.
I apologize.
Yeah. Just keep it gentlemanly, not because of a politically thing, just because if someone's yelling, someone's like,
As long as I'm not interrupted and I'm not treated with
okay,
fallacy or disrespect, I will not yell. That's me on a
okay.
regular basis.
No, I know you. I get it. Okay.
It's all good, man. Let him go.
So, the primary thing here is the people at the start of communist thought. They had a variety of different frames of thought, different modes of thinking. The overall prevailing mode of thought was the Marxian way of thinking. I oppose the Marxian way of thinking. I strongly support some of his ideas, but I oppose his execution, his desired outcome, and the way that he would transit to that state. And the primary way with which I disagree with him is the same way that people like Proudhon and Bakunin would disagree with that. And those thinkers, Proudhon and Bakunin, those were much closer to an actual anti-class society. Those were much closer to what the thinkers originally started to postulate as the communist ideal. And they were much closer because, for instance, if you want a real good scathing critique, if you want to get a real feel for the men of the time, Bakunin wrote an excellent book that has a foreword which explains extreme levels of context. That's been re-released fairly recently, called Statism and Anarchy. In it, he goes over the ouster of him and his colleagues from the First International, and the fact that they had to reunionize because Marx removed them. And the reason he removed them is because they were talking like actual communists, and they were saying that if you want a socialist state, we in fact cannot have a dictatorship of the proletariat. We in fact cannot have a transitory period where we employ capitalist means of getting our glorious revolution. And he was right. And the reason he was right is because eventually this would meet itself out. And people would start to realize this when they were oppressed under the new societies created under these frameworks. Tolstoy, fucking Goldman, examples I could bring up. And even in American circles, they started to recognize that you cannot actually do a transition period. And that's the reason Tucker and Lysander Spooner were so bent on just manually grabbing freedom. And that is those people, Tucker and Spooner, also socialists. And their way of sort of pushing back against things was much more manual. Lysander Spooner started a competing business to the existing male businesses at the time, and he was completely crushed by the state for it. Bakunin was crushed by the state because he tried to instigate multiple insurrections. Goldman had to flee because her idea of communism did not comport, and she was becoming oppressed as well. And all of these things are the kinds of things that lead one to the ultimate conclusion that the people who claimed to want communism needed to have zero transition period, zero attempts at state capitalism. And if you look at the people who actually ran the systems at the time, or ran any system going forward, Lenin personally said that the system that they were running was functionally basically the same as the previous system, only in different hands. That is exactly my point. They protested the capitalist system, they protested the capitalist structure, and then when they became at the reins of the capitalist structure, they didn't say it was that different. And they said that we should still be okay with these circumstances, these grounds, because this is pushing us in the right direction. Emma Goldman disagreed. Bakunin disagreed. There have been many dissenting thinkers on the left that actually pushed for a totally and immediately stateless communism instead of replacing one capitalism with another, one state capitalism with another state capitalism. In the words of Mao Zedong, we will be using state capitalism to achieve our transition. Like, that's a paraphrase, but you can read more about his particular planks and his acceptance of state capitalism in his own words on Marxist.org. You can read about the same thing on the same site. These people will tell you personally that they just wanted control over the capital levers, and that once they had that, they were going to try, allegedly, to use that to get the proletariat victory. It never happened. They just stayed capitalist. It was always capitalist. It will always be capitalist. And Rothbard agreed with that when he said that the way the U.S. itself got founded was capitalist. It was not, in fact, free markets capitalism. It was not an capitalism. It was capitalism in a statist sense, a state capitalism. It was not free market capitalism. And he said, in fact, if we are to keep the term capitalism, we must differentiate between free market capitalism and state capitalism. That's correct. That's true. State capitalism is the alternative to ANCAP. The reason ANCAP exists as a hyphenate with a prefix of an is because it is differentiating itself, model speaking, between the model of state capitalism and the model of a freer form of capitalism. This is a fact.
Can I get a question? So question then. So would you agree that the economy of the Soviet Union and the economy of the Soviet Union and fascism, and whether it's going to be Italy or Nazi Germany, especially Nazi Germany, would you agree that the economy, whatever we call it, would you agree that they were almost identical?
Not almost identical, no, but they had enough in common that I oppose both of them.
Okay, so what would make it not almost identical? Because I use the word specifically almost identical.
Well, let's start by talking about the control of arts, the burning of books in the educational model, the sort of putting people in camps. We could start with that. We could start with the fact that fascist Italy and Nazi Germany both sort of made each other collectively more and more racist and sexist, and isolated more and more control to a certain group of people. If you're a socialist, if your model is designed to unify people across a class, and then you split up that class based on, I don't like that gay person, or I don't like that Jew, you aren't a socialist. In fact, what you are is somebody who's using leftist rhetoric to create a new Uber class, an Ubermensch. And the fact that fascist Italy was totally fine with being aligned with the government of Germany at the time says literally everything. These governments were functionally different, and these governments were different in principle and practice to what a socialist government would be. Now, there were gulags, for instance, in the USSR. And I'm not saying that the USSR was peaches and roses. It was absolutely fucking not. It was another form of state capitalism. But what it was these were functionally state capitalist dictatorships designed by the top classes to maintain their power and keep the power isolated so that they were at the reins rather than the people that they had previously criticized. They became what they hated.
Bro. So you brought up a few things. You said burning books, right? Number one, are you familiar with any other socialist governments or governments that called themselves socialist that burned books?
I'm aware of multiple, but I'm talking about the one specifically that was aligned with fascist Italy.
I get that, but you said, what made them not socialist? What made them not almost identical to the Soviet Union? You said burning books. So
I listed that among many other things.
Well,
yes,
I want to go down each of those things.
As the reason that they were not, because the books that they burned were related to the opposed class, the people that they wanted to subjugate, not
that's exactly what makes
not the people that they wanted to align with on a proletarian level.
Is that what every other socialist did as well, though? Isn't that what every other? Because what other socialist movements that burn books do you know of? Just off the top of your head. I'm not trying to be mean, bro, but I'm just asking.
Okay. Instead of asking me that shit, say what you're going to say.
Just answer it, because you literally
going to say.
Okay, here's the point. Here's the problem. Each thing that you just brought up, the Soviet Union and other socialists did. So literally, when I asked you to differentiate. Every single thing that you said.
Where were the concentration camps for Jews in the Soviet Union?
The Soviet Union literally was going to make concentration camps for Jews.
When did they?
Before Stalin died or whatever.
Stalin did kill.
He did concentration camps. He gassed people.
And then afterward,
like,
and then
dude,
after,
let me
and then
answer.
afterward,
You literally
after,
stop. Bro, like,
and-
let
and
me
then-
answer, 'cause I'll let you go.
okay.
Okay. So number one, each thing that you said, other socialist movements have done. So I asked you, what was the differentiation between fascism and the other forms of socialism? You said the economy seems about similar or whatever, but the things that are different because they
I
burn
said that
books.
they had similarities. I didn't say that they were about similar.
Okay.
I want to make one point as well too,
Mhm.
because I've seen people on the left define this differently. So I've seen because I can say I'm definitely sympathetic to syndicalists and ancoms and definitely actually to that. I've seen fascism defined in two ways. I've seen fascism defined as an overt form of racial supremacy, which is one way. But I tend to go with a fascist as someone who says, well, there's a corporation over here, and we're going to work with this corporation so they don't have to compete in the free market, and I'll give them leverage.
Correct.
Particularly, I look at Pfizer as fascism, even if they're not overtly endearing racial supremacy, as opposed to, say, your local skinhead. Or your local Zionist or something like that. So,
Kareem, share your screen real quick.
Okay.
Because I agree with what you're saying, and
fascism is an inherently economic concept rather than but I guess I could agree to disagree that there's a social form of fascism, which is, yes, maybe saying I'm better than somebody, or inherently better than someone based on race or economical or ethnic thing.
I would recommend everybody read Umberto Eco, by the way.
Umberto Eco is terrible if you want to understand fascism, but I will go over it, bro. We'll go over it. I'm not trying to say that to be meaty or whatever.
So
before real quick, go ahead and
Milton Friedman.
Control Z that. So type in, I was told that fascism was a form of socialism. However, it looks like, press shift and enter, or that too, yeah. However, it looks like Austrian economists might disagree. And then just paste in that prompt that I gave you. And while he's doing that or whatever, I just want to talk to you real quick, Insanity. So you said that these things that were differentiating the fascist system from the other forms of socialists, I would keep trying to go to this book burning because obviously during the Cultural Revolution, that's what the Red Guards did. They burned things that were in other classes. Oh, no, that big one from the email, bro. The email, I sent you an email, I bet.
All right, give me 1 second. Let's just go back. Also, one thing I will say is the Khmer Rouge under Pol Pot specifically targeted people who were educated, and it does lend that Idi Amin, if you're familiar with him, the last king of Scotland.
Exactly.
Idi Amin specifically targeted, even though he said he just wanted to help Ugandans, he did target people who were more.
And even more so, Kareem, I think the core of all forms of socialism, at the very root of the left versus right divide, is individualism versus collectivism. All forms of socialism are collectivist. Collectivism, all forms of socialism will do this.
I would say all forms of socialism are inherently, they're collectivist based on a principle of, I would call, they're based on state collectivism. Now, collectivist is fine if you want to get together.
Yeah, it's all collectivism. What it is, and this is why, when I was going to go into the racism, because he brought up racism, I was going to show how the racism comes from, it stems out of
hello, everybody. I came back.
What up? Welcome back. So type in that thing again. Say, I was told that fascism was a form of socialism. However, it looks like Austrian economists might disagree. So in this prompt, it is unfair because I'm listing fascist policies. I'm listing their quotes and all those other things. So it should come back with possibly try to play like a middle ground bias, whatever. But we're just going to try and get it to defend that position.
Middle ground bias, interesting.
I just don't want, to be fair, I just don't want central institutions with a monopoly on force. That's all I'm asking for. I'm even fine.
Fascism shares similarities with socialism, such as central economic planning.
I'm even fine with cryptarchy, as Keith because I think Keith is Preston is the best contemporary American thinker, and probably one of the best thinker of our generation. Now I've listened to him. I say Leeson second. So
some attributes of socialism also differs in
I mean,
significant ways.
I'm even fine with Cryptarchy. He actually did say, and that's what Somalia was. I'm fine with actually people who are even inherently
communist self-fascism is a form of social.
Yeah. So based on the documents provided, there's different perspectives of whether fascism is a form of socialism. Here are some key points. Some argue fascism shares similarities with socialism, such as central economic planning, government control of industries, expansive welfare programs, price and wage controls. However, there's also differences. Fascism allows private business ownership and does not advocate for class struggle.
I think that's a pretty significant distinction there.
You'll see. We'll be debunking it on some of these things because it's getting some things wrong right now.
This is wrong.
Challenge it, and we're gonna make it try to defend this.
JD,
so
this is what we've been doing. We've been going back and forth, and then he like defaults to talking to AI, and then when the AI says something he disagrees with, it's suddenly not correct.
Okay, I just what's the point of this argument? Like, what are we trying to? What are we trying to?
Right now, so here's what you missed, Ego. So what he's agreed with, insanity, if you will. He's agreed that that there are very strong similarities between fascism and communism. I tried to get him to explain what were the differences.
No, that's not in fact.
They're probably
the Soviet Union. He said Soviet Union was capitalism. So his understanding of capitalism is even if you cannot have a market system because it's all price controls are gone. You have price controls. Sorry about that. You have wage controls. You have a centrally planned economy. You have coupons that try to. You literally, we went over this earlier. Remember, I said
I didn't say you can't have markets.
Price controls are literally destroying markets, bro.
They have a negative impact on the free market. But
when we're talking about markets,
they have a negative impact on the free market, but they in fact do not destroy markets. They make them unfree markets. The kind of markets that Rothbard would want to distinguish by calling it ANCAP instead of like the state cap that he said was the alternative.
Yeah, but he also said, Rothbard also said that there's almost no difference between state capitalism and state socialism. They're both forms of socialism, which we 100% agree with as defenders of laissez-faire economics. As defenders of laissez-faire economics, as people that listen and read Rothbard, we agree with Rothbard that yes, there's no real difference. There's no substantive difference between state capitalism and state socialism.
I mean, there's plenty of difference, but you can cite.
Okay. Well, authoritarian left and right are different, but they're still authoritarian. So I'm inherently opposed.
So I was listening. So I was listening to the stream earlier when it was just Michael and Kareem, and Michael said that he would be fine with like a communism on a small scale. He called it communal capitalism.
Correct.
But I think communists would just call that communism. So it's just like whatever if you want to call that capitalism, whatever, that's fine. What are we arguing about? Like what's
two things. So one,
I
believe that is very meaningful to the word socialism. So the word socialism always implies force. So when you look at like, let's say Blue Cross Blue Shield versus like Cuba healthcare, right? Like let's say Blue Cross Blue Shield lower their prices so it's so affordable and the plans are amazing. Everybody buys it, and 100% of the people in America or any place or whatever buys it. So you've got literally universal coverage. You reach that through the market, right? But at the same time, Cuba has universal coverage. So what is the meaningful difference? The meaningful difference is that one did it through force, through the institution of the state, saying, if you don't buy this, I'm going to put you in jail. The other one did it through the market. So these are meaningful things. So whenever I say socialism, it always implies that. So whenever I say a price control is, hey, you're going to do this price, I'm going to come and put you in jail. And if you try to refuse when I put you in jail, I'm going to shoot you in the freaking face. You see what I'm saying? So socialism always implies force on any single issue that you bring up that is a socialist policy. That's why I said it has three different definitions. And I want to get it down to the policy level, because whenever we talk about a free market policy, which is just laissez-faire free markets, versus a socialist policy, the socialist policy just means that it's backed up by force. It's something that we wouldn't do if we were left to be free.
To break that down, I could see different ways of markets and non-markets forming, like Errico Malatesta's intelligent decentralization might incorporate some type of collective behavior, because to get to a social view of this, because funny enough, I'm not a sociologist, but Keith Preston is, and we talked about this. There's cultures that are I cultures based on individual like merits who go out there. America is one of those.
Yeah.
That's why individualist anarchists like Benjamin Tucker and things existed here. Probably wouldn't exist in Russia or China but then there's we cultures. If you listen to Alexander Dugin, which is maybe you categorize him as authoritarian, right? Someone said like, hey, don't you believe in a job and a family? It's like, Russians think different than we do. They think like, hey, we're part of the community, we're part of the whole. And this is not an endorsement of like the Kremlin. This is just an inherent way of culturally thinking. So there would be, in my opinion, to simplify this, if I were to make the world anarchist, I would be throwing around anatomy of the state around America mostly. But if a culture is a we culture, like they're very like Confucius said, you should be very inherently family oriented. You should be very community oriented. Same thing with Arabic societies. Same thing with Jewish societies, as we can see in kibbutzes. What's going on? I'm not going to get into that. But what I'm saying inherently is, if you want to actually make anarchy work, it wouldn't be universal. You would throw Rothbard around in America and Canada, but then you would probably want to go to Asia and throw around Conquest for Bread and Anarchy by Bakunin and Anarchy and anything by Mao.
Kareem, the anarchists, so the ANCAP reason that we don't like that, right? So we would want them all to read the Rothbard. But if they don't agree with it, they can do whatever they want. But here's the deal: there are certain economics systems that you're going to set up that are always going to fail. Like right now, we agree that price controls are always going to create shortages, right? Like it's going to create shortages. It's going to create distortions in the market. It's going to create issues. So when I'm saying that, I would like them to at least understand the option of free markets is because we want them to have something that's sustainable and optimal. So if they want to go ahead and live like the Amish, that's great. Go do that. But I don't want them to, say, oh, well, we're just going to bring in a little bit of socialism. Because what happens is it has, Marx says this really good, actually. He basically talks about how people don't understand how a policy has an end effect, if you will. So that's what every economist knows. So you have to think about, I can actually send you the quote if you need it. But basically what it is when people that are socialists, whenever they want something that's small, they're like, you know what, government should just guarantee like toothpaste for us, whatever. They don't see how that small issue right there can lead to gulags being opened. A small thing that starts off like a pebble can run into more and more issues. It'll create more and more socialism. And each time they try to save pick up the fumble from that they created with the earlier policy, they'll end up creating another policy saying, well, right now we've got shortages, so we just need to add some quotas. If we get quotas, that'll take care of those price controls that we did. And then after the quotas, now we got to enforce those quotas. And does that make sense? If you were
sure, I think Jeremiah has a T-shirt for that.
Okay, I'll make a point. Here's a problem, Michael. I'm opposed to price controls, but essentially, like, here's the interesting thing. Being a former ANCAP, I can employ some collectivist policies to make things work, and even funny enough, people who are syndicalists or people who are ANCOMs can employ similarly ideas that are capitalists to make their system work. That's why I'd be against price controls, but I'd say, hey, this is a more communal type of situation. So that's what I'm going to do. If you look at Errico Malatesta's intelligent decentralization, you look at what Rudolf Rocker said, he actually came up with a good thing against this. So
they're giving me lots of homework today.
As long as it's voluntary, I could be fine with syndicalist federations across Asia or Russia or even parts of the United States.
That was the fascist idea. That was what they were going for.
Yeah, but they never got there because they never got past.
Does everybody agree, by the way, because I saw a face, does everybody agree that fascism rooted out of revolution?
I don't think they were trying to establish syndicalism.
They wanted revolutionary. It's an outgrowth of revolutionary syndicalism, fascism.
It's a bastardization of it. I wouldn't say it's an outgrowth.
No, because the entire economy, would you agree or disagree that the entire economy is structured around syndicates and trade unions?
No, in fact, because when they tried to run that sort of thing was crushed, especially when Hitler off the left wing of the Nazi Party.
Okay. Now, no. Oh, we don't have to ask questions. So go back to Claude real quick.
Oh, so we're just going to talk to AI every time.
Because here's the deal: this is something that subjectively is falsifiable. It's either true or not.
Okay.
When Hitler got to power, Did he implement?
Why are you not citing some objective source instead?
Because
let me cite Rudolf Rocker. Rudolf Rocker. I've read Rudolf Rocker actually on syndicalism because I wanted to understand it more, and I think he actually gives, for me, being like a computer
this is
scientist.
easy. This is an easy falsifiable point. Let's see
I'm
if
gonna-
fascism under Nazi socialism and under Mussolini's Italy. Let's see if they set it up like that. Go to Claude real quick for me, bro.
I will, but let me get.
They set it up like that by actually citing them instead.
Let
of
me get through this.
Inside them, I have a bunch, but it would take longer. I wanted to go ahead.
It would take longer to actually prove you know what you're talking about.
I have it all right here in front of me. I could literally go start quoting, but it's going to be a long amount.
Okay, guys. So
you start reading? Here, I'll start reading.
I will.
This is what he wants me to do. He wants me to read. It's going to take a while, but I'll read it all.
Okay. Before you do that, just let me get through this Rudolf Rocker quote, and I'll pull up the thing. But I'm not going to go through the first part. But even a far greater degree of economic equality than that which exists in Russia would be no guarantee against political and social suppression. Economic equality alone is not social liberation. It is precisely this which all schools of authoritarian socialism never have understood. In the prison, in the cloister, or in the barracks, one finds a fairly high degree of economic equality, as all the inmates are provided with the same dwelling, same food, same uniform, and same tasks. The ancient Inca in Peru and the Jesuit in Paraguay had brought economic provision for every inhabitant to a fixed system. But in spite of this, the vilest despotism prevailed there, and the human being was merely the automation of a higher will automaton, of a higher will on whose decisions he had not the slightest influence. It was not without reason that Proudhon saw that in a socialism without freedom, the worst form of slavery, the urge for social justice can only develop properly and be effective when it grows out of a man's sense of freedom and responsibility, and is based upon it. In other words, socialism will be free or will not be at all. In the recognition of this fact lies the genuine and profound justification of anarchism.
Okay, and so what is the disagreement with that paragraph?
So would you guys both agree with Rudolf? Funny enough, if you both agreed with Rudolf Rocker, I'd say you agreed, even if I'm going to prompt AI, but I will.
Like what disagreement other than like semantic, that's not real socialism, whatever, like what, if anything.
One that you had, you didn't delete it, did you? Can you go back to it? Debating the political, I think it's the top one right there.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go back to that one and give me that first prompt that I said, because it said right here, you see on like the fourth point down, it says, however, some fascists did originally come from the left. So we're going to ask it. You said some. It looks like you're being a little bit biased. Can you name 3 fascists who didn't come from the left? This is what I'm trying to do is get. Oh, you already did it. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, you're being biased. Name 3 fascists. If it's saying that there are some fascists, if it can name one, I'll give you the point.
FAS.
If you can name one, I'll give you the point. Okay. Don't think I'm being mean.
Sorry.
Name 3 fascists who came from the right.
3.
Yeah. Who didn't come from the left.
It's fascist is FASCISTS.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. F.
I actually typed it out for you. So if you just go to the private
Kant Lonothu says Julius Evola.
Yeah, Ebola's going to be left wing, which we'll get to. So, but yeah, so go ahead and
just give me a second. Yeah, it's just hard to type sometimes.
Just copy it from.
Yeah, no problem, man.
There we go.
It probably would have accepted your.
But do you guys agree with that Rudolf Rocker quote? Because actually, if you did, we wouldn't.
Can you summarize it for me,
yeah,
bro? I was getting quotes. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, I'm going to share the tab one more time.
Yeah, what is it?
But
even a greater degree of economic equality than which exists in Russia would be no guarantee against political and social repression. Okay, so oppression, economic equality alone is not social liberation. I mean, this right here, it sounds definitely like a left-wing person. I would definitely say that he's not coming from an economics perspective. He's coming more from like a philosophy perspective,
Correct.
Which I would think would be wrong because philosophy is very amorphous when you don't root it in economics. So like it's very similar, like this is like almost the inverse of what a lot of right-wing people say, like Milton Friedman, like economics.
No, because Jack Lloyd is very philosophically, and me and him, that's why I like Jack the most out of.
Well, he's got a good understanding of economics as well, right? So like you got to ground it in economics because economics can keep you like tapped in, right? So I would say I would disagree with this, But yeah, like let's go to the let's see what Claude is giving us right now.
But no.
Wait. Let me finish.
I feel like we've skipped over like
this is what you did. You poisoned the well against the rest of his quote.
Bro? Good. Okay, let's go. Let's read the entire quote then. I apologize.
Let's read the entire quote. But a far greater degree of economic equality than which exists in Russia would be no guarantee against political and social oppression. Economic equality alone is not social liberation, which I actually do agree with that.
Saying like the government like making everybody equal is not freedom.
Like day two problem. So that it wouldn't last long term.
It is precisely this which all schools of authoritarian socialism, which I think is what I would call you.
All forms of socialism are authoritarian.
Yeah, no, I've never understood. In the prison, in the cloister, or in the barracks, one finds a fairly high degree of economic equality, as all the inmates are provided with the same dwelling, the same food, the same uniform, and the same tasks. That is roughly true. Yep. The ancient Inca state in Peru and the Jesuit state in Paraguay had brought equal economic provision for every inhabitant into a fixed system. But in spite of this vilest despotism prevailed there, and the human being was merely an automaton of a higher will on whose decisions he had not the slightest influence. It was not without reason that Proudhon saw in a socialism without freedom the worst form of slavery. The urge for social justice can only develop properly and be effective when it grows out of a man's sense of freedom and responsibility and is based upon it. In other words, socialism will be free or it will not be at all. In the recognition of this fact lies the genuine and profound justification of anarchism.
Yeah. And also, one thing about that, in like general terms, this is what I say. I say it is not just to each according to his needs. It is also from each according to his ability. There are plenty of alleged socialists who don't want to work and who want things to be forced out of other people's hands and into theirs. Like, it's more than just getting stuff. It's more than just getting stuff by force that would need to establish a communist order that lasts. It would be people actually working for what they get. And that is a fundamental difference, and a difference which can provide a wealth of freedom in this sort of structure.
Kareem, would you ask
as long as those people are actually working for what they have and not taking it from other people and establishing bureaucracies and dictatorships in order to do so.
Yeah. Kareem, can you go and ask it, would Austrian economists consider these people right-wing? Or, because it's basically what it's doing is it's using a flawed definition of right-wing. I see that you're laughing, but it'll be able to defend it whenever we're done, bro.
Austrian
economists you'll be able to go up against it. Consider these people right-wing because they like socialism, right? Each one of these people like socialism. So I don't consider them right-wing, right? So, or would these be considered collectivists?
Oh, man.
You know what? I don't like the words right and left.
Francisco.
We asked it. Remember, we asked it. Can you name three people that came from the right? So, yeah, individualists versus collectivists. Perfect.
Yeah, left and right gets conflated so much.
Exactly. That's the problem.
People are like, because some people consider Trump on the left, some people consider Trump on the right, some people consider Biden on the left, some people consider.
I think most people would consider Trump on the right.
I wouldn't.
He's a 90s Democrat.
He's a Democrat.
Democrats are on the right. What functionally separates them? Why are they not capitalists? He owns fucking skyscrapers. He's not a communist.
Being rich doesn't make you a capitalist, bro.
He's a capitalist. He owns.
Okay. We don't need to start yelling.
Sheesh, bro.
I'm just saying.
You know,
shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Operate on real definitions and stop attacking some bullshit.
So most people.
Oh god.
Jeremy.
Oh god.
Guys, again, we were doing pretty good.
I knew that was coming, bro. Oh, that was so fucking funny.
If the workers do not own the production, and it is privately isolated in the hands of you for their profit and power,
rich communists are not communists, they're capitalists.
They are capitalists. Trump is not a communist. Trump is a capitalist.
Stalin was rich. He was a capitalist. Stalin was rich. He was a capitalist.
Yes, they were capitalists.
All rich. Whenever socialists become rich, they magically become capitalists.
Can we just stop? Can we just stop for a second?
Yeah, like ego. Thank you. Yeah, I don't see a point to yelling about that. All I said was some people consider Trump left, some people consider him right, some people consider Biden left.
I think this whole framework is inherently flawed. And
Yes.
If we're gonna use a framework, though, I think maybe we should use, like, if you want to say that Trump is left wing, you are using a framework that the majority of people do not like.
Correct.
Are not using. So like, I feel like if you want to communicate to like normal people, maybe you should.
So we go.
But I'm not a normal person.
Here's how we do it on like. So what would be okay with me, and you tell me if you agree or disagree. Individualism versus collectivism, private markets versus opposed to private markets, free markets versus opposed to free markets, and then you've got legal positivism versus natural law theory. That right there, it doesn't matter what left-wing versus right-wing movement you look through all the way back to the time of Plato, because I've done this, you'll notice that these three things will be the same. People on the left will always end up being more on legal positivism side, and people on the right will always be under natural law theory. It doesn't matter.
What does that mean?
Natural law theory means that you are born with
legal positivism.
So legal positivism is the opposite of natural law theory. So natural law theory is like you're born with your rights and you have all of your rights all the time, right? So like this is
correct. Oh, well, to be fair, actually, here's an interesting thing, because some people me and Jack were debating this on Twitter today. I said there's a natural law theory proposed by Mark Passio, if you're familiar with him, Michael. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but I agree with there is a self-executing force that comes from God, the universe. If you violate the NAP enough, it's like. Now, he asked me, he said, well, rulers don't get hit with this. I said, yes, because they use order followers to do bad things and then say, hey, I told him to do that. He did it. Now, I'm not saying they have no moral culpability, but I do believe in natural law as a self-executing principle this is getting metaphysical, but as a self-executing principle that comes from nature, God, the universe, whatever you call it.
Okay, so what would you say to like the political compass model, where instead of we got one dimension, we've got two dimensions? So we've got
like where's Javier Milei?
Left to right, and we have authoritarian and libertarian.
Great. So left to right is the 100%. Left to right is economics, and economics ends up being a perfect overlay with authoritarian individualism versus collectivism. It's always also a perfect overlap with individualism versus collectivism. I apologize. Libertarianism versus authoritarianism. No. So you'll notice that there's once you understand that fascism is a form of socialism, and then once you understand that libertarian socialism is like a oxymoron. Once you cut out all those bad things that don't make sense, then you'll be able to see the political spectrum clearly, and you'll be able to see that it's no government control versus government control. And so it doesn't matter if you disagree with me, but that is coherent. That is consistent.
It's not. It's
okay.
Not
let's go over any of them. Now that can we write it out? Write it out on your screen for me.
Involved specifically.
I've got your private. Message.
So ego. So I want Kareem to type that in, but you'll notice that I'm saying right wing is individual. Natural law theory, free markets. Left wing equals collectivism, legal positivism, opposition to free markets. It does not matter what system you look at.
So do you think there are? What about like I don't know, hypothetically, if there's like a collectivist?
Only got three left.
What about like a collectivist that agrees with natural law theory?
I got one. So that won't happen. So you can't be a collectivist and agree with natural law theory, and here's why.
You can.
So
I think you could.
Collectivism literally it says that. So let's say you believe the 1% are the evil people. That would be a collectivist, right? So you're saying the 1% is somebody that we should. It means that I'm willing to override your natural rights and take from you. No, like, why are you laughing, man? You at least gotta understand the way that we do. Please just let me explain it to ego.
Violating human rights.
Like 2 seconds, Kareem. I just want to explain it real quick. You guys can try and tear it up after I'm done, but just let me explain it.
Okay.
So we believe that natural law theory, right, means that you have a right to life. You have a right to your property, right? So those are negative rights. Are you familiar with negative versus positive rights?
Yes.
So we believe that your negative rights are your human rights. Those are things that cannot be taken from you. They're intrinsic. They're God-given. However you want to do it, doesn't matter if you come at it from a religious angle or not. So because you're born, you have all of your rights from the moment of conception. You have the right to life. You have the right to, and because you own yourself and nobody else owns you, you're familiar with the self-ownership principle, correct?
I am, yes. I used to be an ANCAP.
Exactly. So
I'm very familiar with all of this.
Yeah. So because you own yourself, therefore you own your labor. You own your own time, your own labor, right? So then whatever you produce with your labor, the fruits of your labor, you also own. So if you go out there and whittle something with a piece of wood, you mix your, this is the Lockean principle, right? So if you mix your labor with natural resources or something that isn't owned by anybody else, that is yours. So private property rights is the natural extension of natural law theory. So then whenever you call like somebody a collectivist versus an individualist, what you're saying is, if I'm an individualist, I believe that you have, as an individual, you are the ultimate minority. There's no right common sense stuff. So then I don't get to violate your rights for any reason. I don't get to say, well, my grandma or this sick puppy is in the tree right now. I need to take from you in order to give to this old lady, or to any reason. It doesn't matter what the reason is. I don't get to violate your property rights.
So we've defined individualism. Could we define collectivism now?
Collectivism is to say, well, I can violate Ego's property rights because he has a nice fan, right? He has a nice microphone. I can violate his property rights if it's what's best for the collective. So if I can justify violating the natural rights of any individual or any minority, like the 1% or the kulaks, or you'll notice every form of socialism does this.
So what about like consequentialist libertarians like David Friedman?
Yeah.
Which I'm one of them.
Kareem.
Okay. So basically they're minarchists. They are not anarchists. So what they're saying is that we believe in a minimal state. So like if you're familiar with Nozick,
believe in a minimal state. What the fuck?
I know who Friedman is. Okay. So please let me finish talking before jumping in. Okay. So if you believe in consequentialism and that I can violate Ego's rights just for the good of the collective or whatever, because consequentially it will be, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? So that means I'm willing to violate. Holy crap, bro. That means, Kareem, if I'm willing to violate your rights because I believe the consequences of that will be a net positive for society, that means that I'm willing to violate your individual autonomy. I mean, is there anything that I'm saying that you would disagree with, Ego? If both of you guys, you and Kareem, were both ANCAP, is anything that I'm saying that isn't mainstream? I mean, like, this is common sense stuff.
This is going to sound weird. I'm a consequentialist based on economic systems, not based on individual rights. So individual rights, I agree with natural law. That being said, I look at institutional alternatives in the cases where something is better than something else and say, look, this is what we got here. It's not perfect, so I'm going to utilize this. That's how I'm a consequence.
Would you utilize the state? Or because what I'm hearing you say is
okay. I'll give you a specific example based on data. I'm not going to pull the data up because I used to have it on my phone. So post 1991, because that was the whole argument when I was criticizing the Bush administration, is move to, why don't you just move to Somalia? And I don't even consider that anarchy, but what I will say is this. Post 1991, Mohammed Said Bari, who was supported by Western powers, was overthrown. Then it was very bad for a while. They had civil war. Then warlords checked each other's power through a customary law called Zir. And by doing that, and Sharia law for courts and marriage and divorce, by doing those proximities, they were able to get the homicide rate down to something like Mexico. Does Mexico have a good, homicide rate? No. But compared to Somalia, it's good. So I would agree every good economist should always ask, compared to what? Is Bitcoin good? Well, yes, but you can't stake it. So there's some limitations in proof of work. I would also say that Somalia, some people say, well, why don't they have a U.S. style government? And Leeson, Dr. Leeson, in my opinion, the best economist, when I say him, Leeson, would say, look, that sounds nice. That's not an option. And like in Kabul, Afghanistan, having a constitutional republic or confederacy is not an option.
They don't want it.
As a consequence, and they don't want it. So as a consequentialist, you have to say, what is the best institutional alternative in this case? And in Somalia, it's competing warlords, even though sometimes there's expropriation or inherent violence. But there's also customary law that limits it. From a consequentialist perspective, I can say this is good. Now, do I believe when people kill each other, there's karmic guilt or karmic problem? Yes, I do. I believe that happens. But I'm being but it doesn't happen instantly like gravity. But I'm a consequentialist on saying what is the best alternative. Like right now, anarchists would say, Kareem, why do you want a confederacy not to go to ANCAP? Because I want to get a confederacy so people can sort out these different schools of anarchy and then Hoppian society, and see how that works. Is a confederacy perfect? No. Is it a better institutional alternative than the constitutional republic? I think it is, because it's more voluntary. That's my position.
Hey,
Okay.
I know that we wanted to go back to because I want to get back to the the fascism thing real quick. He
Sure.
brought up Insanity brought up that that Nazism was not a form of, so he bought into the myth that, and don't think that I'm insulting you. You can disprove me if you want to after this. But there's a myth that's very popular that says that Nazis banned the trade unions, when in reality Nazis centralized the trade unions because they were syndicalists. So they literally built their whole entire economy around trade unions. So this is something that's falsifiable. Either they banned the trade unions or they centralized trade unions, made it more powerful. So they banned all of the poorly organized trade unions, or they made huge syndicates, which were the organs of the state. And that was the basis of corporatism. That was the basis of National Socialism. And they implemented socialism with massive welfare nets. It was literally the largest welfare system outside of the Soviet Union in the entire world's history. It was price controls, wage controls, all the exact things that you would have in the Soviet Union, as I believe he agreed with. Their economies were literally at the ground level. I have multiple communists that lived under both systems that said that they were identical, because down to the coupon system, bro. Like, so, and only socialists supported fascism around the world. I can go from George Bernard Shaw to, what's that, bud?
That isn't true, but go ahead.
Well, I will give you over 100 examples of very I will literally quote Stalin. I'll be quoting Trotsky. I'll be quoting the Communist International. Like, that's why I'm saying it would take me a long time to prove these things. That's why we don't use the Claude or whatever. But I don't mind going over all of this. I'm not. I don't know what you're asking, bro.
All right. So,
okay, what's up?
From People's World.
Okay.
This article says, today in labor history, this was on May 2nd, 2014. Mm-hmm. So, May 2nd, 1993, Adolf Hitler's stormtroopers occupied all trade union headquarters across Germany, and unions leaders were arrested and put in prison or concentration camps. Yep. Many were beaten and tortured. All of the union's funds, in other words, the workers' money, were confiscated. Former union officials were put on blacklists, preventing them from finding work. This was one of the first acts of Hitler and the Nazis, who had just come to power in Germany a few months earlier in January 1933. The German labor movement was one of the largest and strongest in the world, with some 7 million members at the time. The Nazis, much like some far-rightists in our own country then and now, saw that unions exercised significant power by representing workers' interests in promoting a democratic humanitarian outlook among workers. The unions presented a barrier to the Nazi effort to control all areas of life and create a corporate fascist state. Therefore, the Nazis made a priority of eliminating trade unions in Germany. In their place, Hitler set up a German labor front, which included both employees and workers. Under the guise of providing benefits and services to workers, it supported the racist and pro-corporate Nazi agenda and spread Nazi propaganda among workers. Jews were banned from membership. Collective bargaining and the right to strike were outlawed. Pay and working conditions were decided by Hitler officials. As a result, wages were frozen and the average work week increased by 20% in just a few years. Hitler's destruction of unions was supported by important German business leaders and conservative politicians who shared the Nazi fear of a socialist revolution during the turbulent 1920s and early 30s. Many of these people wanted restrictions on or abolition of unions, which they felt had become too powerful. This was one reason why many conservatives helped the Nazis come into power and joined or supported Hitler's government. Between 1933 and 45, thousands of German trade unionists were arrested and imprisoned, and many were tortured, executed, or sent to concentration camps. Thus, the defeat of Hitler and liberation of Germany from Nazism represented a momentous victory for the working class of Germany and the rest of the world. So that's the thing. That's the reason I didn't let you interrupt me, because when we're talking about unions, a union that does not respect the rights of the worker, a union that does not allow striking, a union that bars certain workers from even being members, a union that reverses course on what the unions actually wanted and put into place is not, in fact, a union. It is a place where the state has seized control and is not allowing people to unionize.
You just made my argument. Thank you. I appreciate that.
No,
yes, the state-controlled unions.
This is not the union.
I let you talk for a long time, bro. Come on, let me talk. All right, Kareem.
But then you consistently interrupted me, and that's why I'm loud
Because
now.
you kept going. I said, please, let's pause there. Let me respond and then keep going.
And I said no,
Okay,
and I finished
and
what
now
I
I'm
was
responding.
saying. I don't
All right,
have to
guys.
do what
stop.
you say, tyrant.
Stop.
Okay.
No.
So, bro.
Okay. Can I just say? Is it? Are we arguing about Hitler, or are we arguing about?
I want to talk about.
Can we choose like our topic? Because
Yeah.
if we're talking about Hitler, then I'm gonna dip because I don't really care about that.
Yeah.
I care more about like stuff that's happening today.
Yeah.
So if that's what we're doing, I'm gonna say goodbye. But
yeah, it's all good. So Kareem. Yeah, you're good. So Kareem. So here's the issue with what he just said. The Soviet Union and Mao's China did the exact same thing to the unions, and they banned striking. They both so basically every single socialist system that's always existed or whatever, he's going to say all of these were capitalists, no matter if it was taken over by socialists, people that believed in seizing the means of production, also the crap. Like it's like it'll be the no true Scotsman fallacy forever. It'll always be capitalism, no matter that the capitalists all opposed it, and socialists internationally, socialists supported it. The Soviet, the freaking Communist International, I don't know how much higher you can get. The Communist International identified them as socialists. Communists and Nazis used to march hand in hand, arm in arm in streets or whatever. You got to remember. Do you not believe that happened? You want me to give you a bunch of quotes? I mean, what are you saying? Like, you laughing because you don't know something. We've already established that you don't know anything.
I do know this, bitch.
Okay, tell me when they work together.
On-state capitalism.
Tell me when they work together.
Tell me
when they work together.
The present-day capitalist economy in China is a capitalist economy, which for the most part is under the control of the people's government.
All right.
And it which is linked to the state.
Tell me when Nazis and communists work together.
Formed and supervised by the workers.
Tell me about
ordinary.
Okay, wait, guys, stop.
A state capitalist economy of a new type.
Okay.
It's not.
I will say that
Scotsman fallacy. It's what they fucking said.
Stalin and Hitler were friends prior to World War II.
Had a non-aggression pact.
They had a non-aggression pact, yes. And Stalin, because it was a new ideology at the time, which wasn't a good one, but he thought Hitler was his friend for some reason, even though Hitler hated him more than the British. He actually liked him.
Not only that, he identified him as a revolutionary anti-capitalist. He saw him as an anti-capitalist. And I got quotes all the way through the 40s, by the way. So this isn't something where Insanity is going to be able to say, well, socialists recognized him as socialist in the beginning. No, the entire freaking time. And not only that, the better thing is because we have Mussolini. That is something you can't distance yourself from. We've got Mussolini through the entire thing. So we know for a fact, I'm going to prove the economics was almost identical to the Soviet Union. You pretty much have already agreed with that.
Yes, and I proved through the actual lived experience of Emma Goldman that is in fact not communism.
Emma Goldman's opinion doesn't mean anything.
Then your opinion means less. You've got a knowledge gap between you and Emma Goldman.
Calm down.
This is what happens. You interrupt me. You get mad when I get louder, and then this ends up happening.
Okay, so what I'm saying is you keep going back to one person's opinion.
You keep going back to your opinion.
No, I'm not going back to my opinion. I'm not even giving you my opinion yet. I'm literally saying that socialists. Literally saying, stop.
They were right.
Stop.
You are.
I'm literally going to quote over 100 people who live there. So stop.
You aren't going to quote over 100
Yes, I
people.
am. Yes, I am. That were communists. These are all socialists and communists that I'm going to quote. So please stop talking. Please stop talking. Please stop talking.
You aren't going to prove Emma Goldman.
Being angry isn't making a case for you, bro. Just stop. You literally didn't think that they had syndicates.
Interrupting me, and that's not going to make.
I literally have been letting you talk. I just said, "Hey, can you please stop so that way we can talk about some of the things that you just said."
Except that's not letting me talk. That's interrupting me because you didn't want to let me finish.
Because whenever you go long, I've got to be able to go over each point that you're making. If you put 100 points,
so write it down. Take notes. Be patient.
I can't. I was patient after I waited until you were done, and then I was like, "Bro, you're saying so many things that are false." Okay. Well, number one. Okay. Now I'm going. Okay. So number one, you said that there were syndicates, whatever. There clearly were. You know what I mean? And now you pretty much had to walk that back. Am I wrong on that or no?
No, I didn't.
They centralized the trade unions just like the Soviet Union did, just like Burkina Faso, just like Mao's China.
The union. They banned people.
They did not ban the union, bro. They literally.
Yes, they did.
Okay, put it in Claude. Put it in Claude. This is so common sense. Well, I'll just give you a million quotes. I'll give you a million quotes. Here. Kareem, how should I send this over? Should I send over an email or what? I've just got a crazy amount of books.
With you that
because it reads books, you don't. It has book knowledge, you don't. You don't. You're literally going
You
off your
don't
opinion,
have
bro.
the knowledge here.
You're literally
Hitler
going off your
ended the
opinion.
unions.
Okay,
Hitler
bro.
just banded certain members
This is good
from
for
them.
clips, but you're
That
crazy.
isn't what
All
unionism
right,
is.
well, Kareem,
You're wrong.
he said that they centralized the unions just like they did in the Soviet Union. That
I
they
said
banned
he
striking,
ended the unions. Do not say.
and
I
then he
said
created
something.
in
Do
the
not say I
quote
said
that you
something
must not
I
have been
didn't
paying attention
say.
if you read. You read it for everybody on the screen. You literally read that once he ended those, he actually created new ones.
He created a new one that was for the government, not the
centralizing it.
unions.
That's what centralizing it means, bro. I don't know.
No, that means ending the previous unions and creating a new one.
Yeah, you banned all
A
the
different one.
My goodness, bro. All right. Well, anyways, so he banned all the other unions. He centralized them. And he made them under the state, just like the Soviet Union did. The exact same thing.
He created a new one. He didn't
talking, bro.
centralize those.
I didn't talk when you were going. I just asked you, could I interject?
You did talk when I was going, actually.
You're literally just you're not even going over. You're not saying anything intelligent towards what I'm saying.
Yes, I am. I'm being factual. You're not.
You're not, bro. Like
yes, I am.
Okay, anyways, Kareem, you gotta moderate, bro. Like this. I mean,
yeah, guys. I'm trying to.
Yeah. So okay, so he's quiet now. So number one,
because it was a little bit hard when, but yeah, just one person, and I did say just one person.
So number one,
please no yelling. Like, here's the thing: unless somebody like directly insults me or is like your mom's this or that or like that or like, I'm not going to yell at somebody even if somebody has an opinion radically.
If he doesn't interrupt me, I will not yell. I've made that clear.
I tried being nice about trying to get you to stop, so that way we can actually discuss some of the things that you were saying. A lot of the things that you were saying,
guys, stop, please stop, please.
So, okay, so let me go back to. So there's a couple things that he brought up. So
make your point, and then let Jeremy make his point. Yeah. Sorry,
so,
I was just trying to.
If the Soviet Union and Mao's China and all these other socialist movements did this exact same thing, then calling it banning trade unions is just silly. Because if you're an Austrian economist, you're going to look at this as just centralizing the trade unions, which you expect them to do. They try to centralize religions. They centralize everything. This is called central planning. I don't even understand how this is something that's debatable, but whatever. But he said that they didn't organize around syndicates. That was proven false. So. Nope. Anything? Okay, good. So that was proven false. So as I was saying, they were a revolutionary syndicalist movement. Stalin, Trotsky, the Communist Internationals viewed them as socialist. Socialists all around the world viewed them as socialists and said they were jealous of the system that Mussolini and Hitler were setting up. So it was never these laissez-faire capitalists or whatever. Like, go back to Claude for me, and you asked Claude. It just told you those three people that were supposedly right wing, and you're going to ask them: are they individualists versus collectivists? We want to know. We want to know: did they support free markets or did they support socialism? We want to know. We want to know that.
False dichotomy.
No. Don't do it here. You go back to the last one that you were working in right there, debating political right there. So we're gonna
cloud with this false dichotomy. Yes.
Did they support free markets or did they oppose free markets? How is that a false dichotomy, bro?
You said free markets or socialism as though the only two are those. That's not the case.
I quoted Rothbard. I quoted Milton Friedman, and
so you didn't quote him as saying.
You disagree, bro. You will be able to rebuttal. You will be able to rebuttal. But as far as right-wing people, this is what we believe. It's either free market or it's not.
Okay.
I told you that. Remember I said the umbrella forms?
At the same time also said that state capitalism was a possible way to do capitalism. So that is what right-wingers also believe.
Rothbard literally said that it is a form of socialism. I gave you two more quotes. Check the private chat, if you will. Just scroll up. I quoted 3 quotes where Rothbard said, correction, 4. I quoted 4 quotes where Rothbard said there's only 2 different ways of doing it. There's through the market, and then there's everything else. It's either free market or it's not. So that's what Rothbard believes.
Free market or it's socialism.
It's literally, so at the policy level, let's say free market healthcare or government controlled healthcare. The government's coming in with price controls. The government's coming in with quotas. The government's coming in. All of these things are socialist policies.
Or mutual aid. Mutual aid does not require a government.
Yeah, but that right there, that would be free market. So yes, we love as ANCAP. If you talk to any ANCAP person, you can't talk about healthcare without hearing about how mutual aid societies, how awesome they were. So yes,
mutual aid is not a market; it's mutual exchange.
So Kareem understands this. If you talk to any ANCAP about freaking whenever we had free market healthcare, we'll tell you really quick that it was $1 a freaking year. It was about 1 day's labor for a wage earner back then, and we'll go on and on about
The Economist. I do believe.
Yeah, I've got the book, and I can definitely.
That's not what mutual aid is, though. That's cheap. That's
we're talking.
different.
No. What we're talking about is that they had societies. They had mutual aid societies.
Okay, I will say this. If you're going to ask me, and I consider myself a pluralist now because I'm looking at everything. Like, I support things like anarcho-primitivism because I've talked to Zerzan, things like that. So, to break that down, yes, lower cost is not necessarily mutual aid because of the private market is doing a better job because insurance is not involved and the Federal Reserve is not inflating the currency. But yes, I'm a fan of mutualism. Is like, hey, and you see this, hey, so and so got hurt. This happens all the time with like Mad Liberty. One of my comrades got messed up. Can you give money to this boog boy? All right, everybody, pitch in. That is healthcare through mutual aid.
So, and not only that, 1/3 of all early Americans were in those, and so it was a really awesome way of doing it.
So that
it was super affordable, and the problem was that it was too affordable. So I love talking about healthcare versus
that's a problem. But, Ron Paul literally said, like, because they asked Ron Paul, well, what if someone gets turned away in your free market health? Like, because the mainstream media always has to make Ron Paul look like the bad guy, even though they can't ever do it, except when Bill O'Reilly talks over him, which I hate Bill O'Reilly. But Ron Paul said nobody ever got turned away when he was the doctor. And Ron Paul also said, like, what if someone doesn't have it? Do it as charitable donations. He said nobody ever got turned, like that scenario never happened.
It's not a thing. There's always a doctor that wants your dollar. I'm gonna do like a 5-hour long video on healthcare, bro. But so what I'm saying, bro, for insanity, man, like, this is how we believe it. So you can tell me why you think it's wrong, but Rothbard is very clearly saying that it's either free market or it's not. Milton Friedman is saying it's free market or it's not. I can literally, I can probably go back to 1,000 years and quote Ibn Kafir, and he'll probably say the exact same thing.
Now, I will say I actually disagree with Rothbard in that sense because China has a state capitalist version that is kind of
100%. But what we can agree on, Kareem, is that I can look at the Chinese economy and I can look at the free market zones and I can look at the parts that are socialist. So we can break it down using my definition, the one that economists use. You can actually break it down and look at what is free market in the economy, what is not. So I love talking about China because if you look at like, are you familiar with like Zhaogang Village or any of these?
No, just Hong Kong and
So Hong Kong definitely is a really popular one or whatever. But Zhaogang Village I love even more just because it's very straightforward. It's like it was a small but a small little silly village, and they were starving under the socialist model. And everybody was starving around the entire country, right? And because everybody was starving, these people are like, yo, it's worth risking like us getting killed. Because if we do this, if we revert to capitalism at any point, we're going to end up getting killed. So they end up making a deal. And they said, yo, like, what if we could just keep, like, after we produce the quota, we can just keep, like, anything above this quota system, right? So they're bringing back free markets. So now I can analyze that and say, okay, well, that's a free market thing. Yeah, you'll be able to keep the profits of your labor. Yeah, this is free markets. So then I have to own that. If it fails, it's on me, right? It's on me as a capitalist. I have to be able to explain that. So now we can look at things that are socialist, like the village next door to them versus them being capitalist. Yeah. So what happened? Within a year, they had produced 5 times more than they had in the last year. Within a year, 5 times more. So, and we can look at this in Germany with the German economic miracle, Chile with the Chilean economic miracle. It doesn't matter what you're going to try to bring Pinochet, and I'm going to destroy you on that too. But don't, keep
Pinochet. I'm not a fan.
Pinochet was not a fascist. So you're going to end up trying to bring that up, and I'm going to destroy you on it. Would you?
I would actually agree.
Kareem, clear the air. Let him try to say Pinochet was a fascist, and I'm going to destroy him on it.
Yeah, I would agree with him on that.
Pinochet is extreme alt-right. He was a state capitalist. He was a state capitalist. He was a state capitalist. He was a state capitalist who pushed people back onto a capitalist model. And the whole reason he pushed back against Allende was because Allende was socializing resources. We're going to defend Pinochet?
False. Pinochet didn't have he had literally no ideology. Pinochet was just, please let me talk. You can try to disagree later, but please let me talk. So Pinochet, number one, he wasn't even involved. It was the Navy. Because remember, not only did they have like 1,000% inflation 1 month or whatever, they had massive inflation going on. And then Allende, he wanted to go, and don't forget, they had like their own little Antifa. Communist terrorists were going around murdering people all over the freaking country. So while all of this havoc was happening, bro, this is it's falsifiable. Either you can prove it or you can't. So please just quit laughing. Can you mute him for like 2 seconds so I can finish talking? So Either I can prove it or I can't. Okay, so there was communist guerrilla fighters that were going around murdering people, kidnapping people all over the country. So while all of this was happening, Allende, with horrible inflation, shortages everywhere, there was massive shortages, and food was getting more expensive. So he wanted to go and he wanted to cut the price, the Navy's wages 30%. So the Navy, before America ever got involved, was already going to create a freaking coup. They were already going to do a coup. At the very end, the CIA comes to Pinochet and says, "Hey, look, you can either be in our way or you can head this thing up." He either gets killed or he joins. That was it. He wasn't ideologically driven to the point where whenever Allende was about to get shot, because he was held up in the freaking in the building in the big Capitol, whatever. Whenever he was about to go out, he's like, "Man, what happened to my dear man Pinochet?" Look up the quote. What happened to my dear man Pinochet? Because he's like, "Yo, Pinochet's like my closest guy. Where the hell is he at, man?" Because he was not ideologically driven. There was no sign that he was like some right-wing guy just waiting in the
Yes,
freaking
there
woods.
was, because of the way that he
I'll
ran
let
the
you
society.
respond. Please, I will let you respond. Number one, for the first 2 years of Pinochet's rule, he ruled as a socialist. He left everything intact because he didn't know anything.
He didn't leave everything intact.
Please let me finish, bro. He left for the first 2 years. For the first year, you'll notice that it was hardcore socialist. And then he started looking for, he's like, "Yo, I'm still having these shortages. I don't know what's going on." And then before all of this happened, the Chicago boys had been working with St. Mary's College or whatever it's called. I can get you the exact name of the college. But that's the only reason why the Chicago school had a foothold, because they had already been working with the college there that had been around well before this coup was ever anybody's dream. It wasn't like America came down there and told them to learn, Chicago school economics. This was not planned. It was just, they were like, "Yo, we're the ones telling you why these shortages are happening. We're telling you that if you don't change this, Pinochet, you're going to keep having the same issues that Allende had. It wasn't because of Allende's leadership. It was because of those freaking policies, these socialist policies that you still have in your system." That is what happened. And then that's why Milton Friedman, whenever you listen to him, like, you get leftists that'll try to make it out like, "Oh, Pinochet was a secret right-wing guy. And in day one, he went to laissez-faire economics." It's just crazy. They don't know what they're talking about. They're
I
literally
didn't say laissez-faire, but
please.
those people, if they did,
Let me
would
give
be
you time to
wrong.
respond. I promise you. I'm going to let you go just as long as I go. So, number one, you're going to have to prove that in the first 2 years that he did not rule, he didn't let the economy stay socialist. Number two, you're going to have to prove that he was ideologically driven before the coup happened. Number three, you're going to have to prove that he knew he was going to go to a right-wing form of economics well before the freaking Chicago boys got to him. Just prove those three things. And you also laughed. You said that that guerrilla fighters were not going around carrying out terror.
I didn't say that.
You
Stop
laughed
saying I said things
Put
that I
down.
didn't say.
Kareem, calm this guy down.
Guys.
You laughed.
Do
whenever-
not say I said
You
something
laughed.
I didn't
Guys.
say.
Stop yelling. It's not making you look good. So
Do not say I said something I didn't
when
say.
I said communist guerrilla fighters were going around carrying out terrorist attacks, kidnapping people, and murdering people, you laughed. That implied that you didn't believe what I was
No,
saying.
it doesn't.
What did it mean then? Well, did
All
that
right.
happen or not?
Yes, it did. I laughed. You're adding shit that I didn't say, adding
Okay.
shit that I don't mean
Jeremy,
in order to
Jeremy.
bias people against me.
All right.
Why would you laugh?
So okay, let me address a few points and going back to the thing, and then I'll let Jeremy go. Okay, here's the thing. Those communist guerrilla fighters under Allende, again,
They were attached to the government too.
they were attached to the government. So
Yeah. There was.
So by my definition, I said Karl Marx wasn't a communist, and I explained why. So since these people are not reading Conquest for Bread, they're not reading Anarchy by Bakunin, they're not reading Emma Goldman, they're not reading Rudolf Rocker, they're not even engaging in any communal behavior. They're just government thugs, essentially. I don't consider those.
No. I should be more specific, Kareem. They were radical communists that on the outside, you had to go into government records. You had to go into like hardcore. I had to research this shit to be able to get the tie there. But like from the outside, most people don't believe that they were connected. They don't believe that Allende, but in reality, Allende was giving them free reign and he wasn't going after them. And people just say, well, why was that happening? And so I can actually give you the quotes and I can give you the records to go look at and to prove that they were connected and that he was allowing it to happen. So what I mean is they were hardcore ideologues. They were not people that were not well-read. These were well-read people that were the guerrillas that were murdering these.
Okay, I'm not saying they weren't well-read. What I am saying is, okay,
they were reading the wrong people is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's still, they're still connected to the gut. So you can be there's people who are extremely well-read who agree with Dr. Fauci, and I would say they're bad on health. Like people are like, I have tons and tons of medical degrees, but I agree with the CDC on everything. And I know because my doctors are agreeing with CDC regulations. They just, all their degrees and all their common sense out the window. So these people, even though they're extremely well read, I'm sure they read Das Kapital, I'm sure they read all that stuff. I'm not so sure that they actually read the ANCOM stuff. But if you're working with the government, that's against the transition period, which is just to go to a decentralized community.
I would disagree, Kareem, because for them, you got to remember, they were killing these opponents of his. They were doing this as supposed detached people. It's almost like if in Antifa went and like assassinated all the right-wing politicians. But let me explain it real quick, and then you can give me pushback. So it's like if Antifa killed all the right-wing politicians to make a pathway for full-fledged socialism, and then the socialist says, I'm then going to make my path towards communism to reach that end goal, right? So they still viewed themselves as communists, although they were working with the state. They were working with the state to create the proletariat of the the tyranny of the proletariat, so that way they can reach that end goal. So they still viewed themselves very much as communists. And I get what you're saying. You're saying they did not reach communism, but
yes,
they were
correct. And that's what matters. See, here's the problem. And like you're a veteran, so and there's another thing. A lot of veterans went to Iraq saying, "Oh, we're going to help with freedom or spread democracy." That was the inherent view. But really, from what I can see, it was to help Cheney get out of debt, so as a form of corporatism. So,
well, it's actually a little bit deeper than that, even, Kareem. It was actually part of a strategy to what was the word? Destabilize the region, because the people that are behind the Rhodes Roundtable, that's why I wanted to bring that up earlier. So the Rhodes Roundtable group, you got to look at the Rhodes Roundtable group, the CFR, the Trilateral Commission. Yes. That's why I thought that was crazy that the other conspiracy theorist guy, I'm like, you don't agree with this? I'm like, what? I'm like I'm literally going into like conspiracy fact time. Like every person that's ever looked at a conspiracy theory should be like nodding their head in agreement, and they should know a little bit of this, you know? Like, this is literally part of the Illuminati. So the Illuminati kept going. All the strains of their thought and people, they shared people all the way through this. So it's almost like when I call it the Illuminati, it's like I'm not going to tell you that they call themselves the Illuminati. It's just that they literally have the same candle. So
when they were illuminated, but I'm going to make a fundamental distinction of what people think that they are and identify actually what they're doing.
And one more thing before you start. The goal of the Illuminati is the same today as it was in the time of Adam Weishaupt. And they infiltrated the Freemasons, and they didn't take them over all the way. There's still a lot of really good Freemasons, and there's bad Freemasons, right? So like when they infiltrated, this is why I just want to separate this or whatever. So when somebody says like, what are you talking about? You can't prove any of this. So if anybody if I've got to be set to proving any of this, I want to make sure that I say it correctly. The Freemasons were infiltrated by the Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt is the founder of Bavarian Illuminati. He was the founder of communism before Karl Marx. He had Karl Marx through, it wasn't directly from him, but it was all of his ideas were through one of his front groups was actually written. They hired Karl Marx to write the Communist Manifesto. These same ideas from the Illuminati are communist ideas, and they are trying to create a one world government, the New World Order, right? And that sounds crazy to some people, but I can literally prove it with academic sources. And so what I'm saying is these are the things that I want to be held to the standard of proving. And not only that, both Stalin and Hitler were involved in the plot. And they wanted to try to make and Hitler was so reliant on Stalin that one time Stalin actually quit giving him weapons, and he had to stop fighting for a whole day. Stalin, they had a hiccup on the supply chain or whatever, and they had to stop fighting for a whole day. So that's how reliant they were in the early days on Stalin. And so I can go into it deep. I can start citing quotes and all that if you need it. But I just want to make sure that whenever I'm talking about things, each one of these things that I say, I can prove, and I can give you the source.
It might be good to also have a friend, Kant, as part of Jeremiah's server. If we can get him on, he can debate. But it's going on 3 hours, so I'll get to my point here.
Let me just say this. First off, everything Kant has been saying has been true, and you flick his messages up on screen, not really long enough for people to read them, but all of them are very much accurate, and he's being very reasonable here. And the second thing is, the foundations of communism were not during the time of Stalin. So I don't know how Hitler and Stalin would be relevant to the founding of communism, but they aren't. The founding of communism happened way before they were even alive.
But
also, you said that Pinochet left it as it was. That's bullshit. In the like, if you want to cite like an AI, I'll cite Wikipedia. It's a better source than your AI. In the aftermath section of the 1973 Chilean coup article, it accurately says that on the 13th of September, that is 2 days after it, the junta dissolved Congress, outlawed the parties that had been part of the Popular Unity Coalition, and all political activity was declared in recess. The military government took control of all media, including the radio broadcasting that Allende attempted to use to give his final speech to the nation. It is not known how many Chileans actually heard the last words of Allende as he spoke them, but a transcript and audio of the speech survived the military government. Chilean scholar Linda M. Baltra details how the military took control of the media platforms and turned them into their own propaganda machine. The only two newspapers that were allowed to continue publishing after the military takeover were El Mercurio and La Tercera de la Hora, both of which were anti-Allende under his leadership. The dictatorship's silencing of the leftist point of view extended past the media and into every discourse that expressed any resistance to the regime. An example of this is the torturing and death of folk singer Victor Jara. The military government detained Jara in the days following the coup. He, along with many other leftists, was held in Estadio Nacional, or the National Stadium of Chile, in the capital of Santiago. Initially, the junta tried to silence him by crushing his hands, but ultimately he was murdered. Immediately after the coup, the military sought television host Don Francisco to have him report on the events. Don Francisco declined the offer, encouraging the captain that had approached him to take the role of reporter himself. Initially, there were 4 leaders of the junta. In addition to General Augusto Pinochet from the army, there were General Gustavo Le Guzman of the Air Force, Admiral Jose Toribio Merino Castro of the Navy, who replaced Constitutionalist Admiral Raul Montero, and General Director Cesar Mendoza Duran of the National Police, who replaced Constitutionalist General Director Jose Maria Sepulveda. Coup leaders soon decided against a rotating presidency and named General Pinochet permanent head of the junta. In the months that followed the coup, the junta, with authoring work by historian Gonzalo Vial and Admiral Patricio Carvajal, published a book titled El Libro Blanco del Cambio del Gobierno en Chile, commonly known as El Libro Blanco, the White Book of the Change of Government in Chile, where they attempted to justify the coup by claiming that they were in fact anticipating a self-coup, the alleged Plan Zeta or Plan Z that Allende's government or its associates were purportedly preparing. Historian Peter Wynn states that the Central Intelligence Agency had an extensive part to play in fabricating the conspiracy and in selling it to the press, both in Chile and internationally. Although later discredited and officially recognized as the product of political propaganda, Gonzalo Vial has pointed to the similarities between the alleged Plan Z and other existing paramilitary plans of the Popular Unity Party in support of its legitimacy. So, to be clear,
yeah.
They did not leave everything the same. They disbanded Congress, outlawed political activity, and at the same time took control of the media. And in doing all of this, in doing all of these actions, they rendered the leftist resistance impossible, and also very specifically forced a right-wing government, which then imprisoned, tortured, and allied with the Nazis in order to make that happen. The Nazis that were the product of the ratlining out of Germany. The Nazis that were.
Let me explain to you why you're not making a point.
The Nazis were a product of Paul Schaefer and Colonia Dignidad and other such torture campaigns that were torture leftists and outlaw their thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So, number one, nothing that you said, not even one thing that you said had to do anything with the economy.
Yes, it did.
What? Please go back over it.
Okay, go ahead.
What part of that you talked about outlawing the media?
You are not allowed to speak. You do not have economic participation.
Okay.
The freedom of speech is the foundation of all other rights.
No, it's not.
You cannot say
how
your economic
That's not even true. You're just making shit up.
Engaged.
All right, I'm gonna talk to you.
Say how your economy.
You yelling isn't gonna make
Jeremy. You cannot unionize.
You yelling isn't making
Jeremy,
it does not work. It's why
not making you more
socialism is
accurate,
a core tenet of all dictatorship.
Finish. Go ahead and finish your point. I actually did want to get back to the thing.
Yeah. So, quick question, bro. As I said, the economic policy was left the same.
No, it wasn't.
Where the price control's gone, where the wage control's gone, where the quota's gone, I'm asking you about economic policy. You're telling me about free speech.
Yes, because economic policy includes the actual people at the wheel of the economy. And in fact, fact, the allying of Pinochet with the CIA and globalist interests are in fact not a leftist economy, are in fact anti-socialist.
But anyways, okay, I'm going to talk now. I'll let you go for 10 minutes.
I'll let you go for 10 minutes.
Guys,
I'll let you go for 10 minutes, bro. You yelling isn't going to make your point, okay?
Yet you are interrupting me, and that's the reason I keep yelling.
Here's what Kant said. Kant said that the Illuminati was founded because Weishaupt thought it was too expensive to join the Freemasons. Okay. I mean, I get that you're saying this. What I said was that the Illuminati infiltrated the Freemasons. That's what I said. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at some of his points, whatever, but he's not saying anything.
He says plenty. Don't be a fuckhead.
He literally. Well, okay, so I look at the two things that I just said and what he just said. Tell me how they're contrasting.
Oh man.
Yep, I said the Illuminati infiltrated the Freemasons. He's saying the Illuminati was founded because he thought it was too expensive to join. Tell me how is he debunking anything that I said?
They're just saying different things, but they're not inherently contradictory.
I know this one. I'm going to go over each one of the things that he's saying. He's not debunking anything that I said.
If he did not join it because it was too expensive, that's not infiltration.
Can we get Kant on here?
Oh my God, bro. Yeah, bring on Kant because he just what here you heard what he just said. So insane guy, he just said that they didn't infiltrate. He just tried. You basically said that. You said because it was too expensive, they did not.
Hold on.
Why are you yelling so passionately about something you don't even know?
Explaining your question.
Why are you yelling so passionately about something you don't know? Then
I explained how his statement contrasted with yours. I didn't even take a side.
Please, okay.
You literally said yes.
We don't need.
I said it contrasts. It does.
Jeremy.
All right, man. Anyways, so back to Pinochet. So as I said, Pinochet left the economy the same. So Kareem, from any form of economics, even Marxian form of economics, would you agree that if you leave all the price controls in, if you leave all the wage controls, if you leave the economy the same, would you agree that what I said was accurate, that when you leave it the same for the first year and then you start looking for alternatives, and then you find out, oh, I've got to remove these price controls. I got to remove the price controls on eggs. I got to remove the price controls on milk. I got to remove you know what I mean? And that's what got rid of those damn shortages and shit like that. So from an economics perspective, nothing else.
Economics, yes. Do I agree? In that sense, yes.
Thank you. That's all I want.
But I disagree with the fact that just having government employed thugs is a form of anarcho-communism. Or
no, I never said that that Allende was a form of anarcho-communism. No.
Yeah,
they were a form of communist, not anarcho.
I even say they were just a form of.
If they were reading other anarchist thinkers, then yeah, they might have acted differently. But no, they were hardcore communists. They were not anarcho.
To me, they were just hardcore statists on any See, to me, if you're going to be a legitimate, if you're going to entertain legitimate aspects of communal existence and a decentralized community, then you have to either be involved in funding one, and you have to participate in one more directly. So Jeremy is working on something called Anarchy House. That doesn't have a particular ideology behind it, but that's a commune. There's people in my server in Mad Liberty who we all have a book discussion. We get together. There are people who there's friends in there who maybe are autistic, or they have a specific thing that they like, or they want to have a specific thing for trans people. So they say, we want to have a commune. What happens is people.
That's definitely great. They're under a free market. We love that. Like, if you guys want to do that, that's cool. It's just as
those are the real communists. Not somebody who's just fighting on behalf of the government. Antifa is good and bad about it.
Here's an issue with that, right? So the end stage of capitalism, not end state like the socialists say, which is always, you're always like, oh, it's going to collapse. And that would mean I have to go over LTV and why it's false. And so with LTV being false, there is no inevitable collapse of capitalism, right? So what I'm saying is, from a capitalist perspective, we believe in there's going to be an end state of capitalism where basically everything's free. Right. So that's why you need capitalism to reach what they want, what they're calling communism. That is the end state of capitalism. So in capitalism, you need capitalism to innovate every single industry until its endpoint. So let's say you start with the wheel, right? So you start with walking, then you innovate to the wheel, then you innovate to the bicycle, you innovate to the car, you innovate to the the horse, the car, whatever, right? The horse-drawn buggy, all the way up to the flying cars, and then after flying cars, the thing after that is pretty much going to be teleportation. We're going to invent teleportation. At that point, you can't get any faster than that. Does that make sense? So at that point, that industry has been innovated to its end state.
I don't think there's an end state actually, because who knows?
Think about that right there. What would be in autumn? Why would you need to get a bicycle, right? If you can teleport for free.
Why would you need to get a bicycle if you can teleport?
Or a car, right? So because transportation is an industry, right? So
yes, correct.
If you could teleport, why would you? If you could teleport to another planet or to next door, why would you need?
I'll answer your question. Well, okay. So to answer that is, well, people are going to have different perspectives. So there's obviously cars are faster than bicycles and stuff, and Teslas. And I don't want to get an electric car by any means, but like they accelerate instantly. There's light rails, but people still enjoy bicycles for reasons. Exercise.
You're going to work for exercise and all that. But what I'm saying is, because I'll go over the health industry and everything else. What I'm saying is every single industry has an end state. So whenever you think of food, or when you get to the point where you never have to think of food because it teleports into your body the right nutrients, so you'll never get fat. You can only you'll eat flavor things or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Like you could literally innovate the entirety of human existence, and that is the end state of capitalism. That's why you need capitalism to reach that. You need to be able to have those incentives there to get the innovation.
But be careful. This is where I agree with anarcho-primitivists. There are inherent issues where you innovate too far that things become okay.
No, that's credible. That's what the Unabomber and or Luddites.
Okay, fine. But like here's the thing. Even Ted Kaczynski made the point, like the conservatives kind of naive. Because what does Conservative Inc. do? They analyze TikToks. Well, if you're watching TikToks all the time, you're not really going to get conservative land that you want. Also, there's inherent problems. Like, think about it like this. If you don't have a car, here's the end stage of capitalism saying, well, okay, well, everybody gets transportation. But if you want to walk somewhere, like I enjoy sometimes just walking to, I used to walk, shop, and save. But when cars become a necessity, it causes a problem. Another problem I see is I have older people, and literally I've got stuck doing this on my lunch break because my boss, the weekend is like, help this older guy apply for something online. I'm thinking, dear God, go back to the 90s when I was a kid and just write an application. Like you guys have made technology a literal scary thing. And even Jack Lloyd asked Kareem, well, you run a crypto channel, you're in IT, you do all this. Why would you agree with anarcho-primitivist sentiment? Because I look at some of the backdraws of this, and I said, like, hey, a guy living in a cabin might be more peaceful than me, who's getting like tons of Telegram texts that you missed something.
And that's a UX thing, right? So the fact that it's too difficult for an older person to set up, that's user experience, right? So this isn't something that's in the innovation space. I'm talking about you need capitalism for the innovation to reach the end state. The issues that you reach on the way there, like will some older people transport to the wrong house, blah, blah, blah. All those are things that are issues, but that doesn't, you know what I mean? Like that, you could almost say you don't need to talk about those when you're talking about just reaching the end state. So the end state will be, each one of these things will be so affordable to the point where they end up becoming free, right? Because competition, you'll have cutthroat competition in a laissez-faire capitalist system. So then I would have to end up using sponsor dollars to make it free for you, right? So I would have to find a way to make it free. So it's like if food can literally just appear in your belly, or if you can, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what brand you show up with whenever, you know what I mean? Like it's got to be done to the point where it's going to be free. It's going to innovate to freedom, to free, if you will. It'll
innovate to the lowest common denominator.
Because think about this, if I can have teleportation, there's only barely no cost to that for me, because I'll be able to use nuclear reactors, yada, yada, yada. This will be 1,000 years in the future or whatever. So I'll be able to do this for basically free. So if I get even half of a penny on that, I'm leaving room for competition. I've got to bring it down to free. I have to.
Yeah, well, that's competition does bring things down almost to free. Like, is Uber free and Lyft free? No. but it's a lot easier. I remember having to call a taxi in the 90s. You have to go outside, or
if you had a million more competitors, right? That means you have to have a free market school system to fill holes in the labor market. Like you got to have a school system that responds to price signals. There's a lot of things that we kind of take for granted because of normalcy bias, but these are socialist flaws in our system. So, but anyway, so back to the whole.
And also, Kant makes a good point. If freedom of speech is censored, trade and exchange of speech is regulated.
Yeah,
so
and also,
what speech did they censor?
Yo, what the fuck? I already said that.
No, I said no. Hear me out. He just said, if you censor speech, I can't make an appropriate buying. I have a knowledge problem. I said, what are they censoring? Are they censoring things that would give you market signals? Are they censoring Antifa? Please let me.
They're censoring every media outlet that does not serve the junta.
Please let me finish. Are they censoring Antifa media that they were using to organize and radicalize?
Oh man, so
that's what they were censoring.
They censored everything that was not aligned with the military dictatorship. Also,
they censored.
On Reason Magazine.
That's overextension. Prove it.
No, it's not. I already cited sources.
Your sources
you didn't cite shit.
No, you did not. What you said is they censored all the leftists, because you got to remember, this was a time of radical leftists going around blowing shit up, trying to kill people. They tried killing Pinochet and they missed. And that's why they got caught.
Yeah, they tried to kill a military dictatorship forming a junta.
They tried killing multiple people. Well, they tried killing him before he got in office. They tried killing a bunch of people, bro.
Because he was in charge of a military.
No, yes. He was before. They killed people from the ground level up. You literally thought that they weren't even existing.
Outlawed the
now you're trying to tell me what they're doing because you read a Wikipedia article.
And all
you read a Wikipedia article and you're trying to tell me that you know more than me.
It's the military government took control of all media, including the radio broadcasting that Allende attempted to use to give his final speech to the nation.
It's strange. Yeah, it was a radical concept.
They literally isolated all media and forced it onto the agenda of the military dictatorship.
No, he did not censor all media, just the communists. He censored communists.
Elimination.
He censored communists, not everybody.
To establish a
state.
They already were doing things.
You could be moderate left, and you weren't censored.
And the whole thing started in September of that year.
He censored everybody that was
helping a third of a year in order to do the rest of their shit.
He censored everybody that was helping Antifa.
They started to do a whole lot more.
Guess what? Let me be as clear as possible. If I'm the king, right, and you try to murder me, and you've been carrying out murders, political assassinations, and kidnappings for years at this time, then guess what? If I come in and I censor your Telegram channel, you'll be like, you censored our ability to talk. And then I go and arrest you. I arrest the communist guerrillas.
Oh, shit.
Right? If I go and arrest the people that were helping you, the people that were trying to kill people, then I arrest you. You don't get to say, well, hey, you're retarding market signals because I can't talk on my Telegram about you up.
I do.
It wasn't you talking about buying a freaking bicycle. It was talking about.
To be fair, from what I understand, Augusto Pinochet did censor more than just it was all political opposition, which included everything. Also, I don't consider people working on. I don't care if they think they're Marxist, right? Because there are people, and this is one problem. I like Antifa, but there's a problem I have. Is that some people will align with, like, hey, well, we need to get Bernie or this or that or whatever.
It's a fascist organization. So they literally agree with the philosophy, the economics of fascism. They share the entire worldview of fascism. They want the exact same economy. They want the exact same economy. They have the same philosophy.
That's not.
No, they don't.
I'll tell you
they
why.
Don't have the same philosophy.
Here's the
philosophy of fascism came from Kant.
Like the Boog. Here's the thing.
Post-Marxist. It was not anti-Marxist. It was post-Marxist.
Michael. There's one inherent issue is this. It's like saying the Boog are all ANCAP. The Boog have, if you talk to this Boog to that Boog, they're gonna say, well, I want to do a little bit of that. They have a general structure, but the Boog generally has like, I'm a constitutionalist. I like the Second Amendment. Then there's some Boogs who are minarchists, and there's some Boogs who are
great example. Not if this was a Boog revolution, and let's say I was a communist named Allende, not every Boog member would help me. Just the communist Boog members would help me, right? So what I'm saying is the people that were going around carrying out these political assassinations, they were communists. They were not Boog members as we would know it, because Boog members has a broad definition.
Yes, but so does Antifa. But I'm also going to say so does I've talked to Antifa who are anarcho-communists or cynical.
Yeah, but they're all So you got to remember, from our perspective on the free market, like, these are people who are opposed to free markets. They believe in legal positivism. They're opposed to natural law theory. They believe in freaking. They're collectivists. What Antifa member isn't collectivist?
Well, they are okay. They are collectivists. You can be collectivist and believe in natural law. I disagree there, because you can say
no, because you're violating it. You're literally remember earlier I said it literally, when you cross over into collectivism, you automatically turn into a legal positivist. It's hand in hand.
The only reason I disagree with that is this. There's a lot of, funny enough, there's a lot of anarcho-communists who have Christian basis, like the Amish. A lot of Amish are and Mennonites and Quakers are highly collectivist, but they have an extreme affinity to the principles of Jesus Christ, anti-war, things like that. So I would say
you can be a communal, you can be an Amish, but you cannot be a communist. Even in ANCOM, you can't be a communist and a Christian. Those cancel each other out.
Well, you can't be a Marxist and a Christian. There are Christian and.
Oh, you gotta remember, like, I mean, some things in the Bible, like let's say the parable of the talents or whatever, where it literally says, like, the guy. Remember, he gave everybody. Everybody doesn't know the Bible, but he gave 3 guys different talents, which is like money, right? And then so one guy buried it in the sand. The other guy went out and kind of was hesitant with it. The other guy went out and worked really freaking hard, worked his ass off and made a bunch of money. And then whenever he came back to collect, and he's like, hey, I gave you guys loans. And then the guy that hid his money, he's like, here's the exact amount that you gave me. And then he punished that guy. He's like, you little bitch. What I mean? Like, what the hell? You got to work hard, or, you know what I mean? He literally took what that poor guy had or whatever, which is nothing. You know what I mean? He took that and gave it to the rich guy. So literally, the Bible, I can go all day on how the Bible ends up leading to free markets.
Fair enough. I also have one problem with kind of what you're saying. One problem with a lot of other people are saying. I was debating this with Jack Lloyd, and I do agree with Mark Passio on this. To me, my understanding of natural law is it's like gravity. Like, it's like, I don't believe in gravity. Okay, the phone fell.
Yeah, it's natural.
I don't believe in natural law. It's like, okay, I'm going to beat someone up. Why do I have extreme guilt? Okay, I killed somebody.
Exactly.
PTSD, like the way Mark Passio describes it, is like God doesn't call, like, hi, this is St. Michael's department. Hi, hey, how's it going? So Barack Obama said you should drop bombs on Syria. Were you thinking that was for freedom or something? Like, no, I didn't know. Like, oh, Becky, he didn't know. Don't enact PTSD. He didn't know. Oh, like, oh yeah, that's kind of what. Can I debate this with the higher power? Just like you did bad thing, karmic.
Yeah. No,
so whether you're collectivist, individualist, whether you're just a human, or I don't think it applies to animals. I don't think it applies to lions eating gazelle, but whether you're whatever it is, I think there's karmic debt that gets on when you violate the NAP. So
possibly. I don't know if I believe in karma, you know what I mean? But it could be. But
natural law, the way St. Thomas Aquinas and Mark Passio.
No, I 100% agree that you attract, and that all that stuff, whatever magic, talking is casting spells and all this. I get all of that. I've looked into the metaphysics, but I want to keep it to the hardcore stuff, which is once you move away from individualism, you can't then say that you are a natural law purveyor, because the reason. So you got to remember, what is
being a purveyor? It's to me
supporter or whatever. What I'm saying is, but
a self-executing system.
I just need you to. Can you tell me what legal positivism is?
I can tell you what legal positivism is, but like, give me 1 second.
Yeah, let me tell you what it is. Let me tell you why you're doing your. Oh, my bad. I thought you were going to.
Okay. Well, here's one thing I want to make. That to me, natural law, whether you believe in it or purvey it, it's kind of like saying I support gravity. Like, whether I believe or not gravity exists, things will fall down. Whether or not I believe there's an inherent karmic. If you want
we're in agreement on that. We're 100% in agreement on that.
Okay, so if we agree on that, it doesn't really matter if you purvey it or not. It's going to execute whether
exactly. So,
whether I'm reading Rothbard, whether I'm reading Kropotkin.
But it's how do you justify? So natural law does exist. It's just that a lot of people don't understand what natural law theory even is, right? So here's what I'm saying by that. The natural law theory is objectively correct.
Social. Okay, then, and so just saying natural law is socially constructed.
Yeah, natural law theory is just like gravity, like you said. But some people might not understand, the equation that goes into gravity. So they'll then come and say, well, hey, I think if I jump out of this plane, I might float. those are the people that are basically like the legal positivists. They're basically saying, hey, I believe in private property rights, except for, when they say except for, they're no longer, because then you say except for the 1%. I just want to take what they have. Except for the Jews, I just want to take for what they have. Except for the blacks, except for the babies, except for this, except for that. Whenever you say except for, and you're no longer giving it to everybody, unless you're respecting everybody's individual natural rights, you are now a legal positivist. Does that make sense? So it's either one or the other. Once I say except for the 1%, it's only a small minority. Come on, let me just take from Elon Musk. Let me just take a little bit of his. I just want to violate his natural rights. Once I do that, then I'm saying legal positivism. That means that I believe that the state or some central authority is giving me. You see what I'm saying? So it is.
Yeah, I just call it something different.
Once you make an excuse for violating anybody's rights,
I call it solipsism. Is actually the thing.
I've never heard
that. Natural law is socially constructed. That I can say, well, George Bush said it was okay. That's why my actions in Iraq, or the government said, or Mao Zedong said, well, the Great Leap Forward was okay, so therefore it's okay. But there's a funny meme to illustrate legal positivism. There's a funny meme that has a World War II guy with a cup that says murder has always been wrong, but killing for a paycheck is still legal, and it has like that.
Exactly.
So that's the thing. Now, what I'm going to say is, if you're an inherently like Kant actually quoted the Bible, all who believed were together and had all things in common. They would sell their property and possessions and divide among them all according to each one's needs. So I think you can inherently be an anarcho-communist and a Christian.
And also, absolutely clear, Matthew 19:16. And I will read multiple verses here. And behold, one came unto him and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is no one good but one, that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. He saith unto him, Which? Jesus said, Thou shalt do no murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. The young man saith unto him, All these things I have kept from my youth up. What lack I yet? Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Then Jesus said unto his disciples, Verily, I say unto you, that a rich man shall hardly enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again, I say unto you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. When his disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed, saying, Who then can be saved? But Jesus beheld them and said unto him, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. That is him saying, in the same way that he also said, You cannot serve God and mammon. Do not stack for yourselves treasures upon earth. Do not boast about your money. Do not give your alms in public. Do not all these things that provide wealth. You have your reward, he quipped. When Jesus was saying this, he was saying the 1% got their wealth by being unethical, by not following me, and are married to their wealth and not the word, not the path, and not me, nor my Father who is in heaven. That is what Jesus said. Right. What the Bible says, if you talk about the Bible, is that you're very specifically supposed to give up all of your wealth. The 1% does not exist under a Christian framework.
So
yeah, it is.
The way that the Bible works is he has parables and there's different, like he wasn't given a prescription, right? He was talking about, no, he wasn't. I'm going to tell you.
To be fair, yes, Marcus is correct in the sense that there's different people telling a story of Bible sense or
biblical. He's not telling everybody to go do that. It wasn't a prescription. Like literally, bro, there's not even a secular, please let me be as clear as possible. There is not even one secular person that actually studies this that will agree with you on that. There's 100% of all the Christians will disagree with you, right? And there's not even one second. Please, let me finish. There's not even one.
Stop saying this total bullshit.
Find a secular scholar that agrees with you.
Guys, can you please not interrupt each other?
I'm talking about Tolstoy. You should read Tolstoy.
Okay.
Tolstoy's good, but like I get it.
So there's people that study the Bible. There's scholars that study the Bible, and what they're saying is this right here is Jesus speaking about an individual and about personal moral perfection, about how difficult it is to follow somebody. It's not saying that we need to. He's not saying you need to do this for everybody and all this. Like I just don't understand how whenever he says parables. Whenever he says these stories or whatever, right? Whenever there's these, maybe it's that you've never read the Bible. I don't know, bro.
I fucking read it. Stop assuming I don't know shit, so you can poison the well against me.
Sounding crazy, bro. I said maybe. You can say no. I've read the Bible.
Of course, because I have.
Yelling is just making you sound crazy. Stop it.
I don't care.
Okay.
I would rather sound crazy than follow a false prophet like you advocating serving mammon.
All right. So, anyways, in what Kant said would have been a better argument. And basically what he's talking about is the early Christians, how they lived together voluntarily. But that would still be communal capitalism. That would be voluntary system. That's not something where the state can make you do it or any central authority can make you do it. It's because they were being pursued and murdered in mass. They were being some people got, skinned alive while their families were being burned and, their parents, it was just crazy. One guy got crucified upside down. So they were like, yo, we're going to live together and we're going to share our stuff, whatever. But that right there was not something that he's saying he's prescribing that for all Christians to do that. I mean, this is well known. This isn't something that's even really debated. So that's why I was wondering why capitalism is, when we say capitalism, we're just talking about free markets. Free markets isn't something that can ever exist or not exist.
No,
free markets are just free markets.
Not.
I'm talking about
Rothbard agreed with that.
No, bro, I quoted Rothbard 4 times where he said there's either free markets or there's not. There's free markets or there's not. I don't understand how you
doesn't mean that all markets are free markets or that all capitalism is free markets.
It's a socialist policy in the mixed economy.
It's state capitalism.
It's a socialist. Okay, let's say Sweden, right? So Sweden has a lot of free markets. They have freer markets in America. So they have a lot of capitalism. But then when we look at individual sectors, then we can see if it's free market or not. So we don't just look at them and say they're capitalist. We say they're a mixed economy.
They're capitalist.
And they have heavy socialist interventions. And these socialist interventions are these welfare state, the high taxes that are interfering with this and that. And they have massive issues. I love when people try to bring up the, for Medicare for all debate, and they'll try and bring up those. It's, it's so easy to crush them because obviously people that, support these things, they've never done any studying of economics. So I would love for anybody that wants Medicare for all to get on here and try and defend it. But anyways, so as I was saying, so when it comes to the Bible, these are things, like literally hundreds of years ago, these things were already being written about and you won't find a person that doesn't even believe in God. Even the people that are secular would not say that that Jesus was trying to tell people that they needed to live like communists and just sell. Everybody needs to sell everything.
Of people who make that exact argument, stop trying to pretend that there aren't.
Go ahead and quote them. Because I'm gonna bring up more Bible verses then that show you that this is crazy. I'm surprised that you're making this argument, but if you want to.
And guys, I am enjoying.
We're 3.5.
We're going like 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I wanted to get back to the fascism part, but I think so far what we've got, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's agreed that the economy of fascism is pretty much the same as the economy of the Soviet Union. He just calls it capitalist. So that's cool. We agree that they're basically the same, right? So number one. Number two, all of the fascist leaders came from the left. They were all socialist, anti-capitalist people. Nope. Doesn't matter what country you look at. They were all anti-capitalist. I didn't say, look, you're trying to conflate right wing. I'm saying anti-capitalist to be more precise. That way I get around your bullcrap. Okay, so just calm down. You don't have to say no. Were they find me the laissez-faire free market person. Go ahead and put it in Claude or GPT or whatever.
Laissez-faire or free market to be capitalist or right wing.
Name somebody that was free markets that wanted, just name one. Name one of them.
I don't have to because that's not my argument.
Okay, so this is my argument. Thank you. So I said there's not one that you'll find that's free market. There's not one.
Nice.
I didn't say there was.
Okay. Number two, they all support centrally planned economies. Centrally planned economies is the exact opposite of capitalism. It is the exact opposite.
No, it is not.
Okay, centrally planned capitalism. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Anyways,
yes, state capitalism.
Okay. Their ideology. Right. I just want to finish this last thing up real quick. So the ideology from the founder, if you will, so Mussolini. So Mussolini was a lifelong socialist.
Chile,
he never
wrote the actual book.
I'll literally go into him too, bro. But chill out, okay? You're not going to know more than me. You didn't even know they were formed as syndicates. So please stop.
Yes, I fucking did, and I've literally talked about
Guys.
it before elsewhere. You
know
don't
they
know
ban
me.
trade unions.
Stop
You know they ban
pretending
trade
you
unions.
do. Stop
Guys,
pretending
please stop.
They
you do.
ban trade unions.
Stop pretending you
Okay,
do.
anyways. So next
Guys,
thing.
stop, please.
Let me say my final argument, bro. You're going to get the next one. So just chill out. I'm literally saying it because I know he's got to go to bed probably. So let me just finish what I'm saying.
I have to do crypto video reviews.
Yeah. So that's all. So I'm just trying to finish it up. So number one, we agreed that the economy so far, if you want to say that you don't agree, go for it. But after me, please. Okay. So all the founders were they were revolutionary, anti-capitalist, socialists all around the world agreed. And if you want, I can send a bunch of quotes or whatever, and you can put them up as he's talking, whatever, or after I'm talking, or however you want to do this. But I'll put up over 100 quotes, whatever, from 100 different people. I've got hundreds of them. If you want, I can put the entire list out there. But yeah, I've got hundreds of them. Socialists from all around the world in every different country that said, man, we're really jealous of what they're doing over there and with fascism. They're getting socialism like we couldn't do it. Like, so socialists all over, from the Communist International to Trotsky to Stalin, it doesn't matter who you look at, they all viewed it as a form of socialism. It was an anti-market system getting the exact same policies that they wanted. It was the socialist healthcare, which existed before them. It was they wanted the unions to run the entire economy. That way, they banned strikes. That was what they did. Same thing with every other, well, not every other, but a lot of other socialists have banned strikes. This isn't anything new. They fought other forms of socialists. This isn't anything new. There's a myth that big business supported fascists. This is very false. We actually have, I can give you the book, whatever, but he actually goes into there. So would you like to tell me what book I'm going to cite right now?
Oh man, I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at you equating
there's a myth.
fascists and Nazis, and then
Here's the thing.
ask me a question you don't
Guys,
want me to answer.
Let me finish.
All right, here's the thing. Here's what I would say. Keep it respectful here. Then if you want to go on Facebook, and because I know you're both in the Ancom.
Yeah, I'm just trying to end it real quick, bro.
Facebook thing.
I'm literally on the outs right now.
So please be respectful.
Don't ask me questions you don't want me to answer.
I did not ask you a question.
You literally just did, liar.
Why would you interrupt me then?
Jeremy.
Me,
Okay, Kant actually made a point. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
Francisco Franco was an advocate for monarchism, not anarcho-monarchism like I like. But
who is it? What is he saying?
He said Francisco Franco of Spain was an advocate for monarchism. So,
okay, cool. All right. So as I was saying, I don't know what he wants me to do with that.
Because he was right wing. Monarchy is right wing.
No, it isn't. Monarchy can be right or left.
That's what the wings are.
No, it isn't. That's with your political spectrum. That's your political spectrum, which is false.
It's literally the roots of the fucking term.
Bro,
Jeremy,
like you're a little crazy, bro. Stop.
It's the roots of the term.
Jeremy,
the wings were whether or not.
I
do agree. Monarchy is inherent.
That's an old, outdated.
It's the roots of the term.
Please be quiet. The political spectrum, as we know it today, is way different than whenever the French Revolution happened.
I don't care. We're talking about old people.
Please be quiet.
We're talking
about
Kareem,
people.
Guys, please stop. Please.
So what I'm saying is that from the political spectrum, from way back then, economics has evolved a lot. The fact that philosophy has evolved a lot. Like, we're not using that old, outdated system. Like, to say that because I thought he was muted. How the fuck is he going? How is he talking right now?
Guys, okay.
Like, every three things that I say, he starts yelling. You can try to refute me later, bro.
Finish your point, and then we'll let him have his point, and then.
So the political spectrum, you can be a monarchist on the left or the right, because you can, like I said earlier, you can want a freaking king that literally does nothing. In it, you could have a completely free market, or you can have a king that literally regulates the hell out of the market and gives you communism and gives you a huge welfare state, yada, yada, yada. To say that all kings are the same is just insane. Right. So that's, whatever.
I don't think they're all the same, but I think there is an inherent right wing to monarchy.
Let's say you had zero taxes and you had a king, and this king, he lived under a bridge, and this king, all he could do was get involved whenever like the government was going crazy. He could come in and be a tiebreaker and say, hey, look, you guys have been way too corrupt. It's been 400 years.
You know what that is? You know
Huh?
You know what you described to me? You said Here's a funny thing. You would both agree, even though you have diametrically opposed. That's anarcho-monarchism to me in a nutshell, like a king who's just a tiebreaker.
It would be libertarian, right? So it would be libertarian. So that's what I mean. It would
Would
be a
be
libertarian
closer
market.
to libertarian. Most
Very
kings
similar.
don't
It's
operate.
very similar. It's a difference in wording, because the anarchism means that you don't have any rulers. So it's really violating that. But otherwise, it'd be the exact same thing. You're correct on what's in your head is 100% correct. It's just the wrong wording for you. That makes sense?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not. I'm working on my semantics, but yeah,
you're good. You're good. It's just that word means something. The word means, you can't have a government at all, and so to bring in a king,
contradictory in terms. Yes,
but if you call it libertarian monarchism, then yeah, you could have zero taxation. You could have a king that doesn't do anything. You can go 400 years not even know who he is, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? And so to call that right wing, and then to also call a king that literally takes 100% of your income, literally sets all the prices, sets the quotas, you're literally working in a slave system.
Most kings, yeah, I would say most kings.
To call that the same would be crazy. One is free markets, and one is clearly communism.
Yeah,
socialism, whatever you call it.
Yes.
Yeah, so to call both of those right wing is just insane to me.
Now,
right? So it's not logically consistent.
But from historically, like, most kings have been extremely monarchies. Even the existing monarchies, except for the King of Thailand, which I think people do say that Tim Pool said people like the King of Thailand. I don't know if they do or not. I don't really ask them that. But like the Mohammed bin Salman is he's a horrible person, but like he's the war in Yemen, everything, not a fan. But I guess he relaxed some things on women driving, which thing. But like,
you're 100% correct. You're saying that you got to judge them individually. You can't just put all monarchy in one big bucket.
Fine, you can't say all monarchies.
And now you agree with me. Thank you. So that's all I'm saying.
But it's generally
right wing and left wing.
Okay, I won't put it all, but I'd say most monarchies.
Exactly, because power corrupts. You're 100% correct. Most monarchists will end up wanting more and more money, taking more and more of your liberty away. Monarchism obviously is very corrupting. It's almost like why people say that you need to be an ANCAP instead of a minarchist, because if you put any government in there, that's what the founding fathers said, is that it's corrupting, right? So this has been understood for a long time. If you study history.
And Kant makes a good point. Monarchism is generally defended by the establishment of the church, or it could be the Islamic thing, and argue for conservative ideas of hierarchy and subservience to the state of the government.
This is 100% true, but here's the problem with this. What he's thinking about is this false dichotomy between conservative versus progressive. That's not a real thing. So you've got to literally be able to understand it deep enough. Please, I'll justify it. I've gone in this very deep.
Well, I agree with the Michael Malice quote. Funny enough. Conservatives are progressives driving the speed limit.
But
so I don't want to spend 100 billion, 500.
Exactly. So here's the problem. Let me give you three things real quick. Number one, the word republic was redefined in 1913 by a man named Charles Beard. So because of that, a lot of Republicans or right-wing people read the word, the definition in Wikipedia and the dictionary, and they don't actually know what a republic is. You literally have to read the people that the founding fathers read in order to understand what an actual republic is. So we literally are operating off false definitions in the dictionary for multiple words. I can go over a couple of them. But that's number one thing, that most people don't even know what a damn republic is. So if I explain it to them, they'll go to the dictionary and they'll tell me that I'm wrong. And I'm like, well, you've never read the founding fathers. You don't know Plato. You don't know. I mean, this is something Thomas Aquinas. I mean, like, this is crazy to me that you've got people that they'll argue with me and they'll go to Wikipedia. But anyways, so number one, that definition was changed. So it makes it harder for you to understand that there's a difference. Number two, there was also what was it? I was on a roll and I forgot where I was going with it. I was talking about how what was the last thing that you said, Kareem?
Essentially, well, I was quoting Kant and said monarchy has been established by the church.
There it is. Conservative versus
but then you said like there's a dichotomy between conservative.
Oh, you're 100% correct. So you remember
I said generally what I look at in government, specifically the federal government, why I agree with Michael Malice is when he says conservatives or progressives driving the speed limit. Because inherently what they do is they're like, well, Bernie Sanders wants this policy. Okay, they'll say that's so crazy. Let's just 500 less. Oh, he wants $1 billion to Ukraine. My God, how about 100 million? Just 100 million to Zelensky. That's good enough for his coke habit, and it'll make us look cool.
So let me finish what I meant by that was 100% correct. So the progressive versus that right there was created under FDR. He actually, he was a closet socialist. He actually tried joining a communist front group or whatever back in the day. So FDR was a terrible person. He ended up leading to like 100 million plus dead. But anyways, so what ended up happening was he ended up redefining the word progressive. He actually ended up redefining the word liberal as well. So under him, he tried redefining the word liberal to meaning anybody that agrees with him. And then he said conservatives are the people that want to keep us in this bad system, yada, yada, yada. And so he ended up creating that dichotomy, and conservatives stupidly ended up running with it. Conservatives are not conservatives. Conservatives are progressives. Libertarians are the liberals, right? So what it is there's regressives, which are the socialists. They want to regress back to an old, outdated, antiquated system of socialism. They want to bring back, I'm sure you've seen all of how Harvard's doing all black graduation. And like, you know what I mean? Like they're bringing back segregation, right? So they're bringing back all these old things. So they are regressive, right? And then you've got the progressives, because progress for me, I think it's subjective, but let me explain to you my definition of it. Progress always has to be to the right, always has to be towards human freedom. It always has to be towards more personal, individual freedom and autonomy. So that's what progress is to me. Progress always has to be towards freedom. You can't call it progress and try to bring me into slavery. You can't call it progress. And I'm sure if you know the Nozick's Tale of a Slave, are you familiar with Nozick's Tale of a Slave?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Robert Nozick because he talked about the predatory thing, and that was a hard thing to debunk because I watched Stefan Molyneux back in the day, and that's how I became more equated with like winning ANCAP thing. What Jeremy, what are you saying to do?
Kant is completely correct. Kant is completely correct in two things he's saying. If you're going to say I have a false idea because I supposedly don't know what the actual definitions are, you should check your own ego. And then he accurately summed up what Michael is saying. Progress is anything I think is good and must thus be toward the right wing. Progress is just moving in a direction. It doesn't mean that you are moving in a good direction. There is nothing inherently good. There is nothing inherently good about progress. There's nothing inherently good about movement in a direction. You can make progress. You can make progress to a bad direction. You can make progress to a bad outcome.
But that would be regressive.
Progress.
If that's the case, regressive doesn't have a meaning.
Regression from a bad conclusion would be a good thing.
So please listen to what I'm saying, and then engage with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, please. So right now, let's say you have a system of slavery, right? I would say progress would objectively be towards a system that frees the slave, that the system that gives you more individual liberty. 100% of the time, it doesn't matter where you drop me in Saudi Arabia, you drop me in America, you drop me in Europe. I'm going to say the system that gives you more individual freedom is going to be progressive.
Is good and must thus be toward the
individual
right
freedom. I believe is an objective good. I think it's a priori. I mean, do you think that individual freedom is bad?
It wasn't. I'm saying not all progress is good.
I said individual freedom, bro. Quit going back to progress in any way. I'm talking about explicitly.
We're talking about what you said. Don't move the goalposts.
Please keep. Okay, start with individual freedom. If you believe individual freedom is the way to progress or whatever, just start with that and then debunk me.
If I agree with a type of progress,
here's the problem. Kant doesn't make a good point.
That's the nuance.
Freedom doesn't have to be right wing. It can be collective or it can be individual.
No. And Kareem, here's why. I said it has to be towards individual freedom, right? So individualism, as
it doesn't have to be.
Well, hear me out because I'm gonna make the case for it. Right. Individualism is always right wing. Am I wrong on that? Am I wrong on that? Individualism is always right wing.
I will agree individualism's right wing.
Exactly. It is 100% right wing. And
you can have freedom for groups.
I know. Hear me out, because if you have freedom for groups and then you don't have freedom from other groups, it has to be universal. And if it's universal, then it's for the individual, right? Because the individual is the ultimate minority, right? So you can't have freedom for groups and freedoms for not for other groups. That would be like slavery or any other kind of socialist system, collectivist system. Slavery so what I'm saying is, bro, what are you saying? Slavery is not socialist?
Yes.
Okay. So if
the workers
don't yell, calm down. So if I prove that only socialists supported slavery and all the free market people, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to words.
Free markets are not the only alternative to socialism.
Okay. So please listen to what I'm saying.
All right.
Please listen to what I'm saying. If I prove to you that socialists all over, please don't respond yet. If I can prove to you that socialists all over supported this, and not only that, the only time Marx ended up changing his mind, it was when it wasn't actually, because Marx, remember, initially he thought slavery was a necessity for the economy, and Marx was also
does not represent all socialists.
I'm not saying that he is. I'm giving you one of many. Please.
You're giving you.
What's another one? So
Okay, here's a good opinion. Got Jeremy, stop. Jeremy. Okay, here's a good
Yeah, this is a good question.
thing.
So
Benjamin Tucker,
Benjamin
Lysander
Tucker
Spooner.
were market socialists who usually define themselves as individualist anarchists. That is correct. But the word socialism had a very different meaning back then. Type that into Claude. You'll find that out really quickly. Type it into Claude.
They're mutualists.
No. Watch this. The word socialism had a huge different meaning back then. So yes, they called themselves socialists. And then let's go and look at what they believed back then. And let's see, is it more is it closer to ANCAP or is it closer to the ANCOM? Let's go look and see what that is right now. Is it closer to free market? Nope. Go put it in.
It's a combination of both, to be fair.
Yeah, but no. Let's see which one is closer to. And you got to remember, economics and philosophy have evolved a lot since then.
What question?
That's the movement of the goalposts. They called themselves socialists. They were socialists because they were operating under the.
Then I could say that about the Nazis because that's what you just said, right?
Oh man, if they operated within a socialist framework, Nazis didn't.
Okay.
Say, hey, I was told that Lysander Spooner was a.
Oh, we're asking the AI again because we don't have intelligence.
Because it understands books and it's not going to get yelled at, bro. You yell at me every time I talk, man. So I got to do it this way.
I yell at you because you're moving the goalposts.
Okay. So here's what I'm saying. Say, but I was told. So was a socialist. So was a socialist. Or
yeah, which he did.
And then press and then the next line or whatever. You don't want to press enter. You want to press shift enter, or you could just keep typing after this. And then just say. But I heard it was more nuanced than that because the word socialism had a different meaning back then. And if you were to look at his economic ideas in today's age, it would be closer to Rothbard than it would be.
You're telling the AI which
no, it's gonna tell you yes or no.
On machine learning, a prompt.
Okay, then you prompt it back. You get the next prompt, bro. You get the next prompt.
Bias it in favor of that.
Okay, press closer to Rothbard.
How the machine learning algorithm works.
Okay. Press enter. Let's see what it says. And then we'll let him go next. We can start a whole new one, bro. Whatever you want to do, man. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible. I'm not trying to make it unfair for you.
You're trying to make it easy for your side.
Well, number one, what are the things that I'm saying that are falsifiable? Number one, I said that the word socialism had a different meaning back then. Is that true or not?
Okay.
It had the same meaning when
I'll read it. I do believe so. I believe Spooner actually called himself a mutualist, which is a combination of capitalism and socialism.
No, it's not.
Okay.
He's yelling at you too now.
But
I don't know what to do to help him. I'm trying to the word socialism had different meaning.
I'll go through. It's true. The meaning, the use of socialist has evolved over time. Here are some key points. Spooner was an American individualist anarchist and libertarian socialist. Okay, fair enough. He lived 1808 to 1887. His views are complex and evolved over time. That's correct. His early writings in the 1830s and 40s, he did advocate some ideas that aligned with socialism, such as worker cooperatives, placing capitalist wage labor. However, his views later shifted. By the 1860s, Spooner rejected the labor theory of value, and his views aligned more with 19th century individualist anarchism, which supported private property and free markets, and he was highly critical of state socialism. He saw himself as an anti-authoritarian, advocated self-employment, benefiting from one's own labor. His individualist anarchism was influenced by classical liberalism and skepticism of government. While he opposed the accumulation of capital through state-sponsored monopoly, he did not advocate abolishing private property or markets. Historically, historians generally viewed Spooner ideas aligned more closely with the individualist anarchism of Josiah Warren and Benjamin Tucker than socialist anarchists like Kropotkin, who advocated collective ownership. So in summary, early on, Spooner had some socialist leanings, later embraced individualism market. He evolved. His views were closer to individualist anarchists like Rothbard, who saw private property as essential for liberty, referring to Spooner as a socialist. Without that context, can be misleading.
Yep, and that's exactly what I said. And now, please, if you can,
individualist anarchism is not anarcho-capitalism. Rothbard.
Yes,
but he's correct. Individualist anarchism is different from anarcho-capitalism. I do.
We are individualists, and if you are an individualist, because here's the thing. Spooner did not want government taxation, right? So he was against all government authority. Please let me finish. He was strongly against taxation. So he aligns more with ANCAP. Right now, would it be more aligned with ANCAP or ANCOM? That's what I asked you right now.
And come because
you
he
can
valued
disagree.
most of the things that the
Well,
Ancom.
to be fair,
and that was the only thing
Ancom
he
said
did.
that
he had a shit. Here's the funny thing.
Yeah.
From what I read, to answer your question, both,
Mhm.
because he shifted from one to one later in his life. So it depends which version of Spooner you want to look at. But
Great
Spooner did have some
Great nuance. That's what I'm talking about.
He did have some socialist views, and he did have some capitalist views, from what I'm saying. So mutualism, to me, is a combination of the two.
It's not, though. There's a great video presentation I could recommend on why it's not, though.
Okay, I could look at that because I'm not an expert on Proudhon or mutualism. I'm not.
I will find that video presentation because it's accurate.
You can post it in the sessions too. But we can have like closing remarks and stuff, and then definitely keep debating this on the Facebook thing, or have you guys both back. Just
sure. All right. And to make it real quick, fascism is a form of collectivism. They reject natural law theory. They accept legal positivism. They every socialist in the world at that time agreed that they were socialist. I have the quotes if you need them. They wanted to create a form of international socialism. I have the quotes if you need them. They even the nationalism came from the left. It came from in Mussolini's Italy. It came from Gabriele D'Annunzio, who was a crazy lefty, and he had an amazing story. For a socialist, he had a pretty radical story. So actually, I can't hate him too much. I mean, but I do. but what I'm saying is, huh? Oh yeah. So, but anyway, so So even the nationalism, but under Drexler as well, Drexler in National Socialism, his nationalism came from the left as well. So you can actually tell that these people were left wing, especially with Gabriele D'Annunzio, because he took over his own city, the Free State of Fiume. So in Fiume, you can actually see if what he implemented was socialism, or if it was free markets, or if it was whatever it was it close to what the Soviet Union did? Or was it close to what a Anarcho-Capitalist person would want? You can just, if there were two extremes, like you can see which one he lines up with. He's clearly left wing. So the nationalism from there came from left wing. The leaders all came from the left. Mussolini never left the left. He explicitly said, "I never left the left." The only reason why he actually supported entering the war was to get to an international socialist movement. And I have that in quote. I can prove that as well. So every part of fascism, from the leaders, the reason why he supported entering the war, and that's why he got kicked out of the party, and then he created fascism. And you got to remember, at the time, I have the actual the numbers. Everybody was leaving the Communist Party all around the world. There was one part where like 3% I believe it was in the UK, 3% of the communists stayed. Everybody else dipped out because they were hearing about the horrors that were happening in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, this is why fascism took over so fast, because the Soviet Union was collapsing, not collapsing, but it had huge shortages. It had people were starving, the political repression. They heard about the murder of the So all this was happening, and everybody was abandoning communism. They were looking for another socialism, and this is why I can even go down to the city by city level, and I can show you that all of the supporters, they were socialists. They were radical socialists. And not only that, 1/3 of the freaking dues-paying Nazis were former dues-paying communists. And not only that, 55% of the freaking brown shirts were former communists, because they were called beefsteak Nazis. They were brown on the outside and they were red on the center, because they were former communists. Because in the early days, I mean, man, I can go on and on about how the communists and the Nazis were working together. But yes, they were working together for a communist international, correction, I shouldn't say communist international movement. It was a socialist, they wanted international socialism. That was the end goal. And also, the nationalism of Nazism, this came from Marx, by the way. Marx said you might have to go and deal with each individual country by bourgeoisie on their own or whatever. So this is something that Marx even entailed, is going and creating a national socialist movement and then creating an international union of socialist republics. That's exactly what they were trying to do.
So a few things here. I don't consider, like I said, I don't consider Marx, and even I've debated Germany, I don't consider Marx to be a communist. I don't consider the USSR to be communism, because there's no communal aspect.
Would you consider him a socialist at least?
I would just consider authoritarian socialist. Yes.
Yeah, but he's not a capitalist, right? So
no, Karl Marx is not a capitalist. That being said, Mussolini, I know for a fact, was entertained.
Hardcore socialist.
He entertained some Maynard Keynes.
Yeah, he loved Keynes. He loved Keynes, and that's why FDR
Keynes
loved him.
is actually capitalist on the verge of like.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mixed economy. But so what Mussolini said was he nationalized 75% of their economy because they understand that I don't have to murder the business owner to get my price controls. I can literally just threaten you with jail. That's the only difference. Indirect control versus direct control. The price controls are the same. So the socialists will say, well, they still had private property. But as I said earlier with the lollipop example, if I have a lollipop and I can't choose to eat it, I can't trade it, I can't throw it away, I can't do anything with this lollipop, I don't own it. Private property rights are essential for private property. If I don't have private property rights with something that I'm holding, I do not own it. It's a veneer of private ownership. I do not actually own it. Does that make sense, Kareem? If I hold something and I can't do what I want with it, I don't own it. I can't even sell it.
Correct.
Now I need private property rights.
Now here's the interesting thing.
That was the difference. But wait, I want to make sure that he agrees. Is that the difference between fascism and socialism? What I just said, is anything there factually incorrect? I would like to have him answer that.
There's plenty that requires more nuance, but I figure we're getting to
that last point.
Don't leave yet, Kareem, because you keep saying you're going to wrap this up. He keeps saying he's going to do his closing statements, and then the closing statements last like 10 fucking minutes.
I'll let you go 10 minutes, bro. I'm okay with that.
Ultimately, I've spent a lot of time just sitting here listening,
bro,
getting interrupted when I start talking, just like this, right fucking now. Shut the fuck up! This is why we should wrap it up.
He needs to answer that one question.
This is just you monologuing and getting mad when I say anything against you.
Kareem, you hear what I'm saying? Let him go twice as long as he answers that one question. Kareem, let him go twice as long as he answers that one question. What I just said, please. I don't want you to try and talk about other things. Number one, is it the same? Please.
Half hour when I haven't been saying shit.
I'm saying one thing. It's got to be. I'm saying one thing. The only difference is instead of killing the owner, instead of killing the owner, bro, I'm letting you go. You're gonna go. I'm literally ending it, bro. I ended it with a question and you started yelling. Kareem, tell him to stop. I'm gonna let him go as long as he wants to go. I just want him to answer that one question. You're going to answer the question. You can't intimidate me.
Guys, listen. Okay, stop. Chairman, go ahead.
If I'm the only one who's going to get muted when he is the one interrupting me, I'm out.
Okay, I muted both of you guys.
Most of the time, it's only been me when he's been interrupting me.
So I apologize. I'm just trying to moderate this thing. So here's the thing.
Moderation involves avoiding moving the goalposts. Moderation involves avoiding fallacy. Moderation isn't just saying don't yell. That's not how moderation works. That's not how debate works.
Okay.
So, as I was saying, there is nuance here. And there are so many facts that he left out.
Go ahead.
And one of the facts that he left out was that immediately price controls were eliminated in Pinochet's dictatorship. Immediately, the military government also moved immediately to establish a single exchange rate instead of the multiple rates Allende had used to try to manipulate trade. And it began returning the roughly 300 corporations that had been nationalized outright and auctioning to the private sector those that had been bought by the government after Allende's policies had driven down their value. This is one of the historical facts that people like Michael have to ignore, have to pretend didn't happen, have to pretend are not what they are, in order to say that Pinochet left the economy as it was, in order to say that Pinochet was not an ideologue who opposed the left from a right-wing perspective, in order to say that Pinochet somehow was a laissez-faire motherfucker who just let the economy run as socialist as it always was, when he was torturing and imprisoning and disappearing people, when he was supporting Paul Schaefer, a rapist, Nazi, pedophile, torture artist. That is what Pinochet was doing. He did not leave it as it was. He completely converted it to a right-wing economy, in the same way that the Nazis converted it to a right-wing economy, because that is what these people did.
These people got power through military authority, and then they converted these things to a right-wing economy against the left. That's how it actually happened. When you look at the actual history, don't shift goalposts in order to say that somebody who supported present-day monarchies was not right-wing somehow. When you actually look at the facts in their present condition, you cannot conclude most of the points this motherfucker wants to make. But he wants to make these points by removing nuance, by creating falsehoods, including false dichotomies. Like the only two options that exist are free markets and socialism. Like the state capitalism that Rothbard said existed and proved existed were not possible somehow. Or that I stripped context when I gave two full paragraphs defining what he meant by that in a reasonable way. These are the reasonable ways by which we can address history. Bakunin is a reasonable addresser of history when he talked about state capitalism, when he talked about the fact that the state capitalists that took over in order to implement the dictatorship of the proletariat were the people who in fact controlled things, not anybody on the left, not the workers, not the proletariat, state capitalists. That's what we are talking about here. And that's why I brought it up from the beginning. And that's why I also think it's fucking hilarious that he thinks Israel would get on fine without American foreign aid. In what fucking world? Not the world where the U.S. funded their Iron Dome. Not the world where the U.S. replenishes and funds their stockpile of weapons. Not the one where the U.S. is involved in Zionist plots worldwide. And AIPAC is the single largest lobby in America. Not in a world where BDS sanctions are banned. Not in a world where people are actively being censored off social media by Elon Musk and other right-wing figures because they oppose Israel. Not in that world. Not in this world are these people anything other than right-wing state capitalists supporting this regime. That's the reality. That's the truth. I'm dropping the mic. Anybody who wants to find me can find me fucking elsewhere because I refuse to be led around like a dog by a fascist piece of shit being fallacious, interrupting me, and treating anybody who has any facts to counter his shit as though they're lesser, as though they don't know, as though their well is automatically poisoned, as though they don't have historical context, as though they're completely unreasonable by default. I am going to leave because this is not a debate. This is him lecturing people from his podium of hate and his podium of fucking falsity, bullshit, contrivance, statism, elitism, and a complete ignorance of history, fact, and logic. Fuck you, Michael. Eat my shit.
Okay. All right, Michael. Hello?
He does not appear to have taken power to impose a pre-existing right-wing agenda, but rather adopted such policies later on in a pragmatic attempt to stabilize Chile's situation. The documents support the view that Pinochet himself was...
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, I was going over I wanted him to give me the dates. He said that Pinochet took off the price controls immediately. That's false. And so I said, hey, give me the dates.
Okay.
Somebody else just said the economic reforms of the Chicago Boys was instituted. Okay. So Kant, I want you to go over date by date. Go ahead and post them, please.
Okay.
Post them. Post them with the source, please.
Because I don't have like all this thing, but what I will say in respect is thanks for coming on.
No worries.
At a debate. We can pick it up at a later time. I'll still try to moderate, but yeah, I think even though there are disagreements, we did agree on some things. I think they're important, particularly voluntary interaction. That being said, I can wrap it up from here.
Yeah, so April 1976 is when they actually got rid of those price controls. April 1976. So Kant said 1973, 1974. I said 2 years later. Who was correct? I can give you. Would you like me to get you quote sources on that, Kant, or would you like to admit that you didn't know what you're talking about? Kant, come on here.
I would just prefer like.
I know, bro. I get it. You got to go. But no, I just wanted to call that out because I don't like people when they lie and then they try to think that they're going to do a mic drop. Literally nothing that he said was factual.
I don't. To be fair, I don't have context on like sometimes.
So April 29th, 1976, that's when Minister De Castro announced the removal of price controls on 96% of the goods that were previously subject to such restrictions. So If anyone wants to go fact check that, go check it out. It's April 29th, 1976. That's Minister de Castro. You can go look it up. Somebody was correct and somebody was not. And the real issue that we had that we didn't agree on was that he called everything short of communism capitalism. So he called the centralized planning, the economy, capitalism. And I would say that is not. And then other than that, he really didn't add too many facts, whatever. So whenever we're talking about fascism, I talked about the fact that it was anti-market. I talked about the philosophy of it. It came from the left 100%. It was a post-Marxist ideology. So I mean, I think I defended my points. Everything that I said, I can back up. If anybody needs it or whatever, feel free to tag me. And yeah.
Okay, so and obviously I have big disagreements. Like I'm still pro. Like we have a disagreement with like communism is communal capitalism and stuff like that. I still don't think Allende's guys were actual communists, and I don't think the USSR, Karl Marx, and all that stuff was communist. Mutualism, I'm not that well versed on, so I have to actually look into that and then come up with an opinion on that. That's good. And then we can leave it there and call it a day. I'm Kareem.
Yeah, but I think we agree. I think that we agree that we understand each other's definitions. Like my definition of a communist is just somebody that's a socialist that attempts to reach communism. And that means trying to take away, either you do it one of two ways. You either introduce the coupons to try and get rid of all, the inequality, or you just get rid of prices. So there's, one of those things. Once you do something like that, I will say that you are part of a communist government now.
I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, I don't believe that you can reach it, right? So you got to remember, like, I believe that it's a utopian state that cannot be reached, right? So therefore, I have to be able to call it something before that, because I think it can never be reached. I think even if, does that make sense?
It does. I think this opportunity.
So you can disagree with it, but I just that's the way I view it. I view it as it's something that's a utopian system. So when you try to reach utopia, same way with I said, where you drink poison and then you say you're going to get up and dance. Well, you drink the poison, then you die. Well, that's socialism. Okay. Socialism is poison. Okay. So that's it.
Okay. So not a fan of authoritarian socialism or
third. He kind of went quiet after I called out the date. I was like, God, where you go, bro?
Yeah, I mean, I love to have debate because some of these facts I do not know. That being said, we'll close it off there. This is Kareem with the Essential Libertarians and Michael and my co-host Insanity is Free. Check out Anarch Unity, where we're posting our articles, and we will see you next time.
Have a good day.